I think we're ready to be. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this edition of our Tuesday Night Life. Nantucket Historic District is January 14th at 4 p.m. Can I get this meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say can and will be used against, anything you say or share on the screen will be displayed, broadcast on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. Does anyone in the audience want to record tonight's proceedings? Okay. With that, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
It'll be Angus, Abby, myself, and Joe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Ray, I hope you don't mind just these little technical things. I'm going to do voice.
No, Stephen, I was going to suggest that you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good.
So I was going to suggest the same thing. I mean, to move it along. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Who's
appreciate your
present in the
consent.
room? You get it. Thanks.
We are going to go to commissioner discussion and vote. We may not necessarily vote on a matter tonight. The reason it's on an agenda is so that if we are inclined to do so, we may. We have before us 10 New Whale Street, minimum maintenance, chapter 124-13 review. Sitting members are myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Val. For the record, should this continue and a member be absent, alternates are Joe Paul and Connie Patton. And it's the same board for 5 Candle Street, by the way. Let's see, who do we have here this evening? Before we begin, I just want to say, you all know, and if we had members in the audience, this is the HCC is a quasi-judicial regulatory body. Anything you say can and will likely be used against us in the event of a contentious application that goes to appeal. So we encourage people to speak based upon the guidelines and within our purview, and it's beneficial for everyone in every regard. That's going to be a new line I use because I think it's relevant and important for people going forward that we remind them of that. Let's see, Linda?
Linda Williams for NGrid. I'm just going to intro. We're only here tonight because of the complaint made by a member of the public, as well as your concerns about minimum maintenance. So I don't want to get into anything else. I've given a list of the people that are online as well as in the room to both Holly and the staff, so they don't have to call me and ask me how to spell somebody's name. And so Marissa Pizzi is that's their attorney, and NGrid's attorney is in the room. Peter Reynolds, our engineer from McKenzie, is in the room. Stephen Holgate, who's their manager on Nantucket, is in the room. Our attorney, Arthur Reed, is up on Zoom, and I believe he's been let in already. Scott Navarro, Monica Tofik, and Danielle Prince are also up on Zoom, whether they're speaking or not, but I just wanted the staff and Holly to know exactly who was involved in this particular hearing. So I'm going to turn it over to Marissa, who will then turn it over to Arthur and our engineer. Is that working for you guys?
I think that'll work great. I just would like to say, in the interest of this is an important application, given the number of persons, I'd ask that that main presentation be, a few minutes or more, but not a ton, and then we try to limit it to non-repetitive comments. Okay?
Perfectly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, they would like to go right to Arthur Reed, and then Arthur will turn it over to Peter Reynolds, who's a McKenzie engineer.
Great, thanks. Arthur, good evening. Can we hear you?
I hope you can. How's it working?
We can, and crystal clear, by the way.
Great. Greetings to all the members of the commission here tonight. Deal with this question that's come up as a result of the citizens' complaint and the concerns about the structures in question that have been raised. Specifically, we're first talking here about 10 New Whale Street, and 10 New Whale Street is a building which was constructed as near as we could pin it down in 1927, contrary to some other dates that have been shown out there. But the research would indicate that that is the actual vintage of the building. It is unquestionably in a very poor condition at the present time. The structure is unsafe, unsound, as will be discussed by our engineer, Peter Reynolds, who will be coming on after me. And it is so unsafe that it really needs to be demolished. There's no question about that. And in fact, I believe you have a letter, if not, I'll tell you about it, from the fire department that stresses how unsafe and how much of a public safety issue the building is in its present condition, and that they recommend its demolition. We've filed an application. There had been an earlier application filed by National Grid for the demolition of the structure, which was then withdrawn temporarily while dealing with the actions coming out of the citizens' complaint. We now have filed, in fact, we filed yesterday as new business, a new application for the demolition of the structure, which obviously will be coming before the commission and will be fully presenting at that time all of the matters relating to it. We are arranging to have electronic scans made of the building so that there will be a permanent record of its condition and of its construction and its overall state. This building, has become apparent, was never intended to be built for the ages. The quality of brick that was used in the building was poor, as the report from Peter Reynolds and the pictures, and as he will tell you, will indicate. It's a very porous brick that was inevitably going to deteriorate and fail over time. As a result of that, it would be, first of all, if it were rebuilt, it would be rebuilt with different materials, and it would not be the same building if it were. This was a structure that was used for the manufacture of gas, obviously a procedure that long since has ceased to be done. It's been used for storage since then. It originally had a second story, but the second, although it appears to have a second story at the present time, that's not really a functioning second story. It's really a ceiling. And anyone going up there, first of all, there's no stair to it. And if you did go up there, I think you'd be going through the ceiling pretty rapidly. The building is unsafe, and we think that the only appropriate action is for it, after being properly documented by the scan, to be demolished. And in fact, at the time that National Grid took over the management of Nantucket Electric Company somewhere around 2000, there was already in place a demolition approval that had been issued by the HDC for this and for a couple of adjacent structures that were connected to it. Those structures were in fact removed. It appears from my review of the application at that time that there was a single, they were all connected, so there was a single application covering their removal, and it was allowed and in place, and this building was not actually removed at that time. One can easily understand that National Grid coming into the picture at that time and seeing the demolition order in effect and the condition of the building would not be concerned, particularly with anything more than keeping the area in as safe a condition as possible. And recently, as a result of request by the fire department, new fencing was placed around the structure as close as possible to it in order to prevent access, in order to preserve the safety of the public to the greatest possible extent. Again, we'll be doing a more complete presentation at the time that the demo application comes up before you on the agenda, whenever it comes up, having been filed yesterday. But that's the substance of what we have, and we therefore believe that the only appropriate action on this would be for the HDC to defer action on this matter until, with regard to what's before you now, until the demo application comes up, and to deal with it at that time. I would like to, at this point, introduce Peter Reynolds, the structural engineer who has been working on this project with us, in order to enable him to point out his findings with regard to the structure, and obviously also be able to answer much better than I can any questions about all of that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Guys, as we go, guys and gals, what I want to do is we'll stop if there's going to be more than a couple individuals speaking, and if you have questions, we'll ask them as we go. Well, it's relevant to the topic being presented. Go ahead, I'm sorry, could you state your name for the record?
Peter Reynolds from McKenzie Engineering.
Good evening, Peter.
I did a inspection and a report on the building with photos captioned as you have on your screen. And basically, I'm here to talk about the condition of the building. The brick, as Arthur said, the brick that was used is a very low quality brick back in 1927, and the brick since it was constructed has slowly been deteriorating. Right now, the original mortar that was used, as you could see on the inside of the building, is all powdery. Many bricks are falling out from the inside of the building. Many of the bricks on the outside of the building are weathered and deteriorated. Photos of that I've got. Settlement of the foundation on the southeast corner of the building has caused the southeast entire corner of the building to rotate toward the south and is presently dangerous, in danger of collapse. Any big force applied to the building could cause a collapse of that southeast corner. The roof is in terrible condition, rotted, and it's dangerous. Things are falling out of the, into the interior of the building from the roof all the time. The second floor of the building used to brace the walls at that level because they had steel beams running from the east to the west wall of the building, but those steel beams and the wood deck that used to be above them became rotted, and they were removed, I don't know when. Looks like many, many years ago, 50, 60 years ago. But basically, the condition of the building is such that it cannot, in my opinion, it can't be made to be safe without basically taking it down and rebuilding it. And that, in a nutshell, is the condition of the building and my opinion of it.
Okay, at this point, questions? Anyone?
I'm a little bit uncertain as to what we're doing, if this isn't the actual application.
So at this, okay, we're gonna have one person speak, and at this point, I happen to have the floor, because I'm facilitating the meeting, not because I wanted to. Today, we're reviewing information we requested be provided from the owner and their agents along the lines of having a conversation about the minimum maintenance standard. Under the minimum maintenance standard, there is a opportunity, if you will, for a owner to opt for, depending on the condition of the structure, and if it is sufficiently degraded, for a demolition. There's no requirement that the HCC approve it, but that is written into the code. I believe what we're reviewing now is we had asked for an assessment of the condition so that we can make a determination along the lines of the minimum maintenance standard, but also to inform us on whether a demolition application may be forthcoming. What I'm going to suggest out of the gate, I think for clarity, is that the applicant's attorney had suggested that they would like us to defer this matter to a demolition hearing. I would like to add that I think that in doing our due diligence, we will hear the presentation, we will ask questions to satisfy our curiosity and uncertainties, and then we would defer to get a clarification on what our options under the minimum maintenance standards clause is. When I say, I'm referring to town council to get an opinion from them. And then we would come back to deliberate, and maybe that we come back, depending on what town council says, to deliberate under the heading on the agenda demolition application, or it may be that we bring it back under minimum maintenance standards. But I think today, it's a long way of getting to the point of saying, I think today what we're here to do is make sure we understand the information we've been given. And if we have any questions that arise in relation to that information, that we ask them. And then we'll move forward from there in the very near future.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I'd like to just clarify for the board that you all did have an application for a demolition.
Yeah.
And in October 29th, you all did not approve or deny that application. You asked to hold for additional information. Subsequently, after that, the applicant actually requested for the application to be to be withdrawn. We have that email here. So that application was withdrawn. I believe that's why now they had this week submitted an application, which is not before you this evening. But I think it's important to note you already reviewed an application for a demolition already and had some strong opinions on that.
Yeah, and obviously, we reviewed it and we determined that we wanted to take another route revolving around getting additional information from experts that we could evaluate and then again make a determination how we wanted to proceed. And I'm suggesting that how we want to proceed is get the information, ask our questions, and then get some clarification from town council on our options under the different authorities that we have. Okay? Does anyone have a concern with that? Okay. Let's see, who's next from your group? Oh, I actually have some questions if no one else does.
For Peter? For me?
For Peter, yeah.
Sure.
So Peter, I guess, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but my understanding in construction is you remove defect in a brick restoration rehabilitation, depending on the conditions, you remove the defective brick, you remove the old mortar, you put in the new mortar and brick, and you repoint. Now, it's probably obvious to anyone, but I gather from what you're saying is that in order to remove the defective brick, the structure would have to be raised because the brick itself, in your opinion, is defective or on the verge of defect, given its
Exactly.
constitution, what it was made of.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood if that was or wasn't the case. That was my question. Thank you. Who else do you all have to maybe, any other? Ray?
Can I just make a point of order? And that is, it sounds like we have an application that's soon to be reviewed by the board for the demolition. And I have a little bit more to say on that. I don't want to waste people's time. But so we have, in the near future, in the next couple of weeks, the board will be reviewing an application for the demolition of this building. Whether or not that application is successful or not remains to be seen. But as Arthur had said a while back, I think what happened in between time is that we got the minimum maintenance thing thrown on this. And so rather than spend time talking about minimum maintenance type stuff, when we know that just a couple weeks hence, we're going to be reviewing it for demo, et cetera, and that's when the real action will take place. I'm kind of in favor of deferring action at least until we have a formal review of the demo. That's all.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't have a concern about deferring action. I want to do a conditioned upon an understanding of what our options are, given, number one. Number two, given the comments at the last meeting on this topic and the reaction to the demo, I do want to explore our options. I think it's a matter of due diligence. It may be an avenue without any outcome, but I do believe it's important to pursue our options under the minimum maintenance clause. And other than that, I think, again, we're here to get any questions we have answered. It's not going to hurt to do it now, and it doesn't sound like there's many to begin with.
I might have a question.
Abby?
So we've heard from that side, and I was wondering about a renovation. Could we have an expert that would be able to tell us about how this building could be renovated?
I can't answer that question, which is one of the questions I want to refer to town council. I mean, I can answer it, but I can't answer it definitively. Like, for instance, who selects them? How are they determined? Is it picked by both parties? Does the HDC have a right to request that? If we have a right to request it, who pays for it? If the town pays for it, does the owner, are they obligated to reimburse us? I mean, there's a host of questions that come up that are required to be answered that I want to, if that is an option, pursue the answers so that as the individual who is facilitating the meetings, I understand what the process is, so that in fact I can answer questions that come up. So I can't answer that definitively, and it would be one of the questions that would be put to town council. Anything else? Angus?
Oh, I just had a question about in the process of the survey that the engineers have done, what their sort of scenario of how this building has gotten to the point that it is. I'm seeing inferior brick, but as far as the step cracks and the major cracks that you see and the twisting and the torquing of the building, my question is, how do you see that evolution having happened?
Peter, do you want to address that?
He probably doesn't know.
Well, I mean, I think it's. Peter, please come to the mic. Please come to the mic.
Oh, yeah. I can tell you what the condition of the building is right now. Exactly what the steps took to get it to that condition. I think maybe somebody with more historical knowledge than me, and maybe Linda can talk about that better than me. That's
Okay.
Yeah, it's Steve Ogre, manager of the local. Sorry. Again, I wasn't here for the whole history behind the building. I'm not an engineer, so I can't answer what the twisting and torquing took place. Whether the slab is settled, if there's ground settlement, I can't really answer that question. I can say that the building had multiple uses through the years. I believe when they were going to demo this building, they found another use for it, so they prolonged its use for till about 2015. At that point, I think there was a lot of talks going on what the property was going to be used for, and I think that kind of delayed a final decision on what to do with this building. And I think that may have been where, we tried to do minimal maintenance, patch the roof, try to, delay any deterioration that we could, but obviously we didn't do enough to get to the point where ultimately we wanted to be, which was a demolition. But yeah, I can't answer quite why that southeast corner is pulling away and settling like it is. I don't have the engineering expertise for that.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what the engineer had said, through the chair is, so I'm gathering that historic structures and preservation is not part of your expertise in engineering?
Peter, I think to set it, may I, I think the question is, is this or is this not a preservation, restoration-oriented assessment? Is it purely structural, or is it a mix of the two? Is that fair?
He had just said, I don't really know about the history, someone else would need to speak on that. So there was an assessment of, this is where we are today, but not really a knowledge of how we got here.
I think, Peter, I just want to make sure, you're speaking as like you're an individual who's been hired as an expert to come in and assess the situation as it stands. You simply do not have the knowledge because you weren't involved to be able to speak on this. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to facilitate as an intermediary here.
Yeah, I was hired as a structural engineer to assess the condition of the building and determine whether or not it could be maintained and renovated to some semblance of building code standards. And I think Linda can talk more about historical.
I think at this point, I want to kind of give us some insight on this. Obviously the maintenance, just jotting some notes down here. Obviously maintenance has been deferred far too long. At this point, regarding minimum maintenance standards under the code, the relevant matter is what authority the HDC has over a building in this condition, which has been stated by the fire chief as being unsafe, and the applicant has stated the intention of exercising the review for demolition clause. That's one of the questions I want to ask town council, because that's really the relevant information at this point.
I just want to give you some comfort because the demo permit that we put in has 87 pages. And it goes back to the beginning. So you can see the continuum of that building when it was first put there. The state of it was in 1998 when they sought the original demo. There are pictures of it in the old file, black and whites, because that's all we required back then. I gave you a bunch of the color pictures in the presentation also that you're going to see under the demo permit. But a lot of the deterioration that you see in those 1998 pictures are the same deterioration that you see now. And Ngrid took it over from the group that took it over from the Nantucket Electric Company. And I was the chairman of the planning board at one point. There was a lot of discussion for who's going to get the property, NIR, the town, Ngrid, Sherburne. There was a lot of discussion. So with the Wilk Square thing, it was put on hold. That's how it got to this point without anybody doing anything because nobody knew who was going to end up with the property.
Okay, thank you. I'm just a little uncomfortable with the discussion because unlike architectural elements, which are squarely in our purview, and this is a structure that, we have some oversight of and can have conversation on under the minimum maintenance standards, there aren't clear, well-defined terms in the minimum maintenance standard bylaw. So getting into discussion about who did or didn't do something when, I'm not sure that it really helps us to further our goal, which is what is our authority so we can make a determination as a commission. So I think what I'd like to ask is if we get answers to questions on the study. If there are additional questions we have, I encourage you to write them down. We'll put them together. We'll categorize them through staff and we can figure out how to approach it. It's not a matter of quieting anyone. It's just a matter of using the time we have these individuals here. wisely. Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay. Ray, anything from you?
No, I'm satisfied, but I look forward to the review of the demo.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think what I'd like to ask is that we get a motion to hold this matter over, subject to additional information through town council, and pending that information, we will be in touch with the applicant, including it may be to have the next step be the review the demolition application, which will be posted in the agenda.
So moved.
The members again are myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Val. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, Ray. Oh, we're gonna need to do a voice vote. Ray,
Sorry, yeah.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Sorry about that, folks. 5 Candle Street.
This
Thank
has
you.
a different profile, and I'm going to turn it right over to Arthur.
Yeah.
And then Peter, because this building is in a different state, and there's different plans for it, so I'm going to leave that over to Arthur.
Rhode Island or?
We
What?
could, except that it wouldn't make it down the street.
Okay. Arthur?
Yes, thank you. As Linda indicated, this is an entirely different animal from the other property. This building is older, actually, but was well constructed. It's fundamentally sound, and it is capable of being renovated, and the work will involve replacing deteriorated brick in a portion of the building. But fundamentally, it's sound, and we plan to restore it. The plan is that Peter will develop, he's already started to develop, and he has in the materials that were submitted a brief outline of the steps that would be needed in connection with the repair of the building. And he will be developing that further, working up plans that National Grid can submit to you as far as exterior work that will be done on the building, and B, put out to bid as far as the construction of the project, and the National Grid would then undertake to complete the renovation of the property in connection with those plans. So I think the result of this will be that the building will be restored. It will be renovated to a condition that you will want to see it in, and it will be able to remain on a long-term basis.
Thank you,
That will
Arthur.
take a period of several months to work out. And as I mentioned, we believe that there will be the need to come before the commission in connection with certain of the work. And obviously we'll be filing a certificate of appropriateness request when we're in that position.
Okay, thank you. And Arthur, just, well, that's topical. Do you have any idea of a timeline for that?
I would,
Submission of an application? I see in the letter there was an indication the work would be in the spring or summer of
yeah.
2025.
It'll take a few months. Peter indicated to me, and he can speak to it directly if you want, that he would be able to have the plans pulled together between now and June. And that meanwhile, we would, at that point when the plans are ready, be submitting the application and then the bidding process. I think that it's entirely possible that the project would be able to be started perhaps as soon as next fall.
Okay, thank you. Peter, would you just approach the mic in case we have questions? I know I've got at least one.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Holly,
if I may
go ahead.
give some comments on what was submitted for this one, 1928 structure. appreciate the acknowledgement of the repairs that are needed. It would be nice to know the specifics of the demolition that's mentioned within the proposal, the scope, in association with that structural work. Detailed plans, obviously, should be forthcoming due to, obviously, its age and significance be specific in nature. I did want to make the commission and the public aware that this building did apply for and permitted a like-kind repair to replace the roof, the 3-tab asphalt roof. Hence why you see in the report that the roof is in actually good condition. That was done in 2021. I'm not sure if anything else was done further, but in that approval for the like-kind was also to repair and replace any of that wood side wall and paint it to the Essex green that we all see today. So those are comments that I just wanted to make aware. It would have been nice if we had something after that, but thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Arthur, I guess, or through Peter, I think Holly's articulated what we anticipate will be part of the package we receive, is those elements and any others that, would normally be required, and then details that are relevant to this type of structure, at least with respect to the brick facade and the roof. Does anyone have questions for Peter? Peter, I guess I do. Does Ray? I can't see behind me. Okay. Peter, is there any work that's required or beneficial that can be addressed prior to the building permit, prior to the application for renovation and repairs, fencing? Is there anything that can be undertaken now that would benefit the structure later?
Good question. I can't think of anything that would benefit right now because there's nothing right now structurally in danger of collapse or anything that would require immediate attention. So the plans would be developed to bring the building back to the original architectural construction that it was and repair all the cracked brick and damaged areas where the old roofs of the adjoining buildings tied into it that were demoed in the late 90s.
Okay. And a follow-up on that, your assessment as of today, I understand, is that there's nothing inherent in the structure that's going to cause something to tend to fail between now and the time the permit process is undertaken?
Correct.
Okay, just so we know.
This building, unlike 10 Whale, has a steel frame on it. It's got steel columns and it's got a steel trussed roof that basically is rigid. And the brick is in between all these columns and is locked into the columns. So except where the brick has been hacked out where the old roofs went in, the walls are very solid.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, just to note, I understand there's fencing up around these structures and that there's signage and so on and so forth. So I'm not referring to, necessarily keeping the public safe, but the idea of keeping the structures intact. Thank you. Okay, any other, Linda?
One thing on the minimum maintenance part of this.
Go ahead.
As a review of the building department file and the HDC files, there has been ongoing maintenance on this structure. In 2006, they came in to fix and replace the north side where you see the green doors, because that's where it actually went into the turbine building, so it was actually connected on the north. It was connected to another building on the east and the south. And they went in and they put a whole brand-new roof on it, which is intact, and they fixed the floor, the concrete floor inside. They repainted those doors and made sure that that north side was intact. So there has, and the guys told me that met me there, that kids like to throw rocks through the bottled windows on the roadside. So they spend a lot of time looking for glass blocks, and they're replacing the glass blocks. So that back a ways, there were a lot of them broken. And they've replaced a lot of the glass blocks to maintain the integrity of those big windows on the roadside. So they've been caring for the building all along, just to make sure that it doesn't become really exposed to the elements.
Okay, thank you, Linda. I think the writing on the wall is we are looking to, well, I think this is what I would suggest. Of due diligence, we would like to defer this, a determination on this matter pending input from town council as to whether there's any steps the HTC should take to preserve its, how would you say, responsibilities and rights. Noting that you all are thinking, are stating you're going to be coming back at a later date in several months or a few months at least to put in an application. I presume that that's, we're not going to turn that down, but I do want to check with town council to see if there's anything we or the town should be doing to preserve its standing in the matter of minimum maintenance. The short way of saying that is I don't want to give up having you by the short hairs if we can get you by the short hairs because we want to get the work done. And we're not suggesting you won't be eager to do it yourselves, but it would be beneficial for us to have that knowledge. So is anyone uncomfortable with that? And if you are comfortable, can we get a motion to defer determination pending input from town council?
I'll make that motion.
On your motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll obviously be in touch. We are going to move right on to consent with conditions. Let's see, it will be the regular board. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus?
I thought that we would review this one, so I'm not an aye.
Okay, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Let's see, Ray?
I'm an aye, and I just want to add, for Angus's benefit, the one thing that struck me on this, on the first review, were the large doors and windows on, I believe, the north side facing the harbor. But if you look at the site plan with Shimo Pond, the pond is between it and the harbor. So I felt that they would be at such a distance as to make them either invisible or very, very remotely visible. And you can see what the house looks like now from those photographs. So that was my rationale. I just wanted to sort of put that in there.
So that was a yes.
That was a very long yes. Thank you, Steve.
No, we got it. I appreciate you explaining it. And I'm a yes. So that carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed for the record. It was Angus, it was a no. We're going to move on to old business, which is 4 Atlantic Ave and Val Oliver. Val, your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe Paul.
It's very simple. Hello.
Sorry to
Very
interrupt.
simple. You all suggested we look for better windows with the Nantucket profile for the original portion of the house, which we're willing to do. They weren't able to get quotes fast enough to pick the exact one, so we're saying we'll pick one of the ones that were suggested, Green Mountain, Boston Sash, or something comparable with the Nantucket profile that the office will, or the chairman or somebody can go, yes, that's fine. And the rest will be Anderson Woodwright.
Okay, thank you. Ollie, anything on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1900, I think up to 1923 structure within the OHD. SDL replacement windows are appropriate for a historic structure within the OHD, provided that they are either Boston Sash or Green Mountain because they have Nantucket's profile. I believe this goes for all elevations. Having the Anderson Woodwright on the rear portion, if this was completely wooded and not seen from a public way, I think would be appropriate, but this is on technically a peninsula. And I think it should be the same all around with an appropriate SDL manufacturer with the Nantucket profile. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Let's see, does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, what would we like to do?
Even?
Do you want
Mickey?
comments?
Do you have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Not a lot, thank you. So just to introduce myself, this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, and that includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. And we basically agreed exactly with what Holly said. I assume that we are talking SDLs, not TDLs, and that's fine. But I think that we would say that the whole building would be better served to be wood SDLs rather than Andersons. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. For the record, that's pretty much the same thing, though. Just saying. Okay, does anyone have any concerns? Angus?
I would just echo what's already been said.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm echoing.
Abby's an echoing too. Let's see, so that leaves myself, Joe, and Ray. Ray?
I kind of thought that this was the way that we had sort of directed the owners of the house to go the last time. And maybe that was not a consensus view, but that was my own opinion. And I feel like the main part of the house, the front of the house, being the more traditional windows. And I think we should refrain from using any brand names, by the way, at all. But we all know what we're talking about. I'm okay actually with the rear L being the ones that are specified at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Joe?
My recollection echoes Ray's, that we did direct the applicant to focus on the main mass. That said, I don't think anybody would object if all of the windows matched and came from the same manufacturer, if it was one of the ones that's approved by staff. The rear L, I do see some picture windows, and it looks like there's a departure from the historic windows that are on the main mass of the house. And it's single story. I think if it was 2 stories or a story and a half, I think without question, we'd want them all to be of the same manufacturer. So I would be okay with a departure of separating the manufacturers on the front and the back of the house, but I would encourage the applicant to compare the pricing, because I wouldn't be surprised if it's just going to be more economical to make them all match.
Thanks, Joe. I agree with Joe's comments. I do want to underscore the fact that I believe, I'm fairly clear in my recollection that I asked if anyone had any concerns, and we voted unanimously to move forward with a recommendation that they do what they're doing now. In any event.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Nope, I'm going to finish my comments first. Thank you. The other option may be, I'm not adverse to what's been proposed. Another option may be to look at, for their own energy savings, Anderson has some screens and storms that look more like a triple track than not, so it can start to create a sense of these windows blending. If the Boston sash, if there is used, or the Green Mountain is used, and there's a storm window with a screen, that will create a similarity. If the Anderson manufactured storm window with a screen is used, I'm not making it a requirement of my own position, because I settled where I was on this at the last hearing, and this is not a precedent-setting determination. Would you like to comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I would just say, look, the one view that was shown with the picture window, the French door, and then it's like a transom turned sideways, clearly are not original windows. So those being different, I don't think would really be discerned, especially when you're driving by. This is a picture standing very close to the house and looking at it. But I would ask the girls here to scroll down to the next picture. Yeah, well, you see there's an awning there, but keep going. One more. Thank you. This is the view from Pleasant Street, and the back of this house and the rear are not seen at all. So I don't think there's any harm in those windows changing manufacturers. And really what this comes down to, I don't think anybody would argue wanting to have all the windows match. It's money.
Okay, thank you. Do have one other question. On the west elevation, is the intention to make the second floor window gable dormer 6/6?
No,
Keep it at 2/2?
yes,
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted
Yes.
to check.
The mitigating factors for me are the picture window and the other or awning window that you pointed out. So I'm okay with what the applicant has proposed with respect to the selection of manufacturers, and I would motion to approve as revised.
Okay, on your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
No.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Let the record reflect 4 in favor, 1 against. Angus is
Thank you.
no. Thanks, Val. Okay, now we are moving on with breakneck speed to, let's see, 3 Pops Lane. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening.
Hold on I don't have my little, where's my little thing you got me? The board, Mark, is myself, Ray, Angus, Joe, Val. Your alternate is Connie, and should she be needed in the future, and that's for all 4 applications: the main house, the guest house, the garage, and the pool. Please proceed, keep it to a couple minutes, and leaves more time for questions.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Again, Mark Catone representing the applicant. We were before you back in mid-October. In that time, we've kind of worked with the owners to just move through the regulatory process. We've since secured Conservation Commission approval, and we've been through both Board of Health, Health Department for approval for septic and such. So, and with that, there were some minor site adjustments. We have relocated the pool, which had previously been located on the water side, is now internal to a small plunge pool between the structures at this point, so away from the water's edge. We focused most of our changes, they're admittedly relatively minor, more fenestration and detail changes and revisions, and spent more time looking at the context and trying to provide some of that additional information for the board to see our application in context with the surrounding structures. Similar structures, as I think we've referenced in the past, 11 East Street, and certainly in terms of the scale of the structure, what is right next door at what I believe is 341. I also want to just quickly mention that the owners are following, they believe they're in the Zoom meeting, if I'm not mistaken, Holly. That would be Michael Kizelbosch and Nancy Dubbock participating. So they've been very involved in working with us on this application. When we met last, I think there was a comment made that if this was maybe anywhere else in the island, it might be approved on consent. Again, this is we're under 20 feet at the tallest mass. We're 19 and a half feet. It's single-story massing. We have clouded the revisions. We took out the oversized fenestration on the south elevation, went with a standard 2/2 in that mass. We were suggested to add muttons to the entry, which had been clear glass previously. We have done that as well. And reduced the chimney mass to a more traditional proportion, and that's illustrated as well on the water side elevations as we continue to toggle through here. Maybe the next sheet, please. Yeah, and these are side elevations. Side elevations are hardly visible, I think, due to the placement on the lot, but we have clouded the revisions to the chimney mass itself. and continuing through, yeah. Rear elevation, we removed the French doors. Removed the French doors on the water side, also reduced again the chimney mass, and traditionalized it from a straight masonry mass, vertical mass, to one that tapers in a more traditional fashion as it breaks at the eave line there. Again, added muttons to the rear doors as well, which had previously been clear. Continuing through, we've added, again, this reflects some of the fenestration changes from the oversized windows to more traditional 2/2 on the side elevation of that main mass. Moving through again, and we just collected all the elevations onto one sheet. Sometimes it's easier to be able to see that. That's what you're seeing here. And then we have some rendering updates as well, which we've added in the next couple of sheets here. So here we showed the building in context. So we dropped it onto the site. What I think is interesting here is, one, you can just see, I mean, it sits low enough that the vegetation behind the structure is still clearly visible. So again, it's a low-lying structure. I think you get a sense of how the masses do break up and read as different volumes that are got these secondary connectors. What's interesting is our neighbor, who I think is one of our greater opposition, at 341 to the right in this image, that's an historic structure. It dates to, I believe, the 30s, maybe 40s. And that building is, if longer than our proposal, and that is one singular mass that runs left to right, lot to lot, on a smaller lot than what we are working with currently. So just for context, I think what we were trying to do is something that's far more broken up, again, lower profiled, fairly traditional fenestration. And then there's one more image after this, which is where we pull back even further, just so you can get a sense of, and maybe this needs to be zoomed in a little bit on this if it's possible, but just to get a sense of how the structure relates, again, to the structure to the right in this photo, and just, again, structures that are dotted along in E Street further to the left in this image, if you will. So again, this is a gray trim structure, black sash, natural, otherwise in terms of, cottage corners, so it's a very soft cladding to the structure itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Holly, do we have any abutters? Hold on a second, Linda.
I know that there's a butters, yes, as well as.
That I'm
Linda, are you
representing.
speaking on behalf of butters?
Yeah,
Okay, so I don't,
but Holly has comments before me.
okay, why don't you go, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is to replace the structure you all allowed to be moved. I believe it's the Taylor Cottage. While I appreciate the one-story massing, I think the commission does too, the revised plans do not substantially change and fully address the board's review comments at the last meeting. They don't address the request for, quote, more traditional Nantucket. The glazing and fenestration was of commissioner concerns. And while I do appreciate seeing the rendering, I think it's clear that maybe to use less gables as viewed from the water and more simple E-forward structures in keeping with that Nantucket cottage vernacular would be more appropriate, and that would also go for the fenestration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Does anyone have their hand raised, just so I know?
No, I do not.
Okay. Linda?
I've got a thing they'd like me to read. You've all got the thing that wasn't on the view packet. You got it this afternoon. I'm representing Paul and Jean Moran, who are the direct abutters to the east. And the Hendricksons, which are the one he keeps referring to as longer, which it is not. First, I want to put on the record, there is a technical defect in the application. There are two significant flaws. The legal owner is Matthew Burke, not the two people that were mentioned earlier as the trustee in this state. It is not solely 3 Pops Lane Holding Trust. The trustee needs to be indicated on the application as required. The person signing it is not listed as an owner of record, nor is the architect, nor Burke. Under the law, Burke or his designee is supposed to sign it. There's no way for the abutters to know who the owner is without the indication. The sitting commissioners were impaneled based on insufficient information and may run the risk of conflicts of interest. We wanted to state that for the record, it is land courted property and the title is held by Matthew Burke. As to the merits, this is a death by 1,000 cuts. I agree with Holly that very little was done to address the overall concerns from the board from the last time. This is old Nantucket. This is not Pulpus Road, it is not Shimo, this is not Hewell Jacobson's building in Shimo. After review of the video and the compilation of the HCC members' comments, I've already given you the minutes. We don't have time to read those now. In closing, we agree with the HCC comments from October. In addition, the application revision is incomplete. Where is the basement plan that was in the first submission? The applicant is also changing the grade up to 2 feet. If you look at the application page itself, which was not addressed at the Concom, I can tell you that because I'm the vice chair of the Concom. I did not sit on this matter. It's changing up to 2 feet. So when he says it's only 19 and a half feet, you have to add another 2 feet because nowhere on the plans, on the elevations, does it address the 2-foot grade change, and you guys are sticklers about that. As the HCC has required many other manners, the grading plan is not indicated. It's a flat lot, particularly so close to the creeks and Millie's Bridge. Why is the change in grade necessary? The plan states that the height will be 19.6 feet at finished grade. Consider the 2 feet. However, the height will actually be 22 to 23 feet from existing grade. The applicant is being disingenuous. The structure also spans setback to setback, which is something you don't like. The one he keeps mentioning next door is angled off in the original section from the 30s is in the middle, and they just added a bedroom and a bathroom kind of thing. It's additive, standard additive massing and all natural. His thing goes 124 feet and 42 feet wide, which the HCC is usually not in favor of regardless of the height of the structure. It needs to be more compact. What you have to add in is the pool, the guest house, the garage, everything else on this lot. It is overdevelopment of the property right on the creeks. Other properties on the creeks are more simple and compact. There's nothing on the creeks like this, and so completely visible from Millie's Bridge. In my stuff, I showed you all the pictures. It needs to be noted that trim is now platinum gray rather than natural weather, which is what I believe is on the application. The glass, that's basically white. The glass attachments have not been eliminated, and they're using are they using non-reflective glass, which is what we required for the Shimo one? Light pollution is going to be extreme on the creeks. The skylight is twice the size allowed and facing the creeks. The design is still modern and very much like the one in Pulpus. The design and arrangement and proportion of the fenestration is atypical. I understand there's been some massaging of it, but not enough. This may turn into death by 1,000 cuts by doing the minimal revisions without really being responsive to the HCC members' comments. Raising the finished grade in a highly visible location will make this impact even worse. There should be substantial revisions, if not total redesign. There is a need to correct the defects in the application and the lack of information on the submission, particularly as it relates to grade. And I know that because you put me through the ringer on grading on North Pasture where was 400 feet off the road. So I ask you to hold this for substantial revisions so it doesn't become some sort of an odd duck on the creeks. And this is an incredibly visible location from Millie's, and from coming into the creeks, you're going to be looking right at it because I've been up and down those creeks for years. So I'm telling you that this is totally inappropriate design. And we put other people on the creeks through the ringers also, especially the one up on the bluff a little bit further away, where it was already a bungalow and when they wanted to add to it, and we spent 6 months trying to add to it. So I'm asking you to take a step back on this and look at it. It's not just the one-story structure. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
And I'd ask you to read your old minutes that I gave you in the packet earlier.
We didn't get them till today.
Well, then, no, they were in the view, let's be clear. They were in the view packet last week, and they forgot to put it in the view packet this week. So last week, when it was on the agenda, the whole submission was there, including our photos of context that really makes sense.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay? They just forgot to do it this time, which is why you ended up getting it again.
Got it.
So let's be clear about that.
Thank you. Okay. It's been so long, I want to reestablish the board, myself, Ray, Angus, Joe, and Val. Does anyone have any questions for Mark? Who would like to begin?
Oh, I didn't know if Henderson wanted to talk. If they're up there.
Holly, does anyone have their hand raised?
She doesn't have her hand raised.
Okay.
Stephen,
If someone would like to speak who is in a butter, now is your chance. Please identify yourself and be non-repetitive. After
Can I
raising your
speak?
hand.
Do you see my hand?
Okay, and I'm sorry, your name?
Sarah Hendrickson.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. So as you know, my husband John and I own 341 Matticat Road, right across Pops Lane from 3 Pops Lane. And I thought it was important to emphasize how this sprawling mass of this development in totality is in such contrast with our little enclave along Pops Lane. There's only a cluster of 4 homes, a very short dirt road. And the length of our house is all of, it's almost identical to the length of the proposed main house. And we do have breaks. We have 2 breaks, even 3, depending on how you define them. So it's not one long mass. Their proposed main house is twice the width of our house. And if you add that square footage along with the square footage of the guest house, the garage, the pool, there's no comparison. It's wildly in contrast to any of the other homes in our little community. It's also worth mentioning that because we and the 3 Pops Lane owners are the only property owners that own frontage on Pops Lane, we are therefore the sole 2 members and trustees of the Pops Lane Association. The association was created by the Moran family 20 years ago when they created Pops Lane and divided their family parcel into lots for their children. And right in the statement of purpose of the original formation document for our little association, along with requirements for the upkeep of Pops Lane and dealing with drainage and maintenance.
Sarah, I've got to ask that you stick to the architectural elements, please.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, just wanted to emphasize the visual impact of this proposal. Coming off of Matticat Road, walking down our dirt lane, now you see an expanse of open green grass. You can see the water, you can see Jackson Point, you can see Little Neck, you can see out into Matticat Harbor. If this project is approved, you will just see a wall of massing. And as Linda mentioned, any boaters, and we have just a wonderful array of fishermen and recreational boaters and folks going to Tuckernuck and sailors coming in and out of our little harbor. As they round the points, rather than seeing just old classic, modest Matticat homes on the coastal bank, they too will just see a wall of massing. So
Okay,
it's
thank
very
you, Sarah.
disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ray, did you want to go?
Sure. So a few things. One, I appreciate the height of the building, but I do believe that there are a few, I'll use the word aggressive, things about this. And Holly touched on one, which is the sort of gable forward. And in contrast to the neighbor to the right in this photograph, I think that, and if you kind of look around the neighborhood, most of it is sort of eave forward. And I think that that's very successful in terms of just sort of quietening the whole thing with respect to the view from the water. The question for Mark, not necessarily need to be answered now, but this 2 feet of grade change, I couldn't see where that was occurring on the site plan. I see the elevation 14 and 15, the contour lines for that doesn't look like they're changing. Maybe those are the changed ones. I don't know. And then there's also ganged windows like in the kitchen that the perspectives, which I think are quite good at showing that this building is nestled in and certainly sort of within the height of its neighbors. I think it could stand to have some paring down of the window and doors as they face the creeks. Those are my main comments. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Ray. Let's see, Val.
Okay. I agree with things that Ray has said. I too appreciate the massing. I think it's great that it's sticking to 1 story. I appreciate you putting this in context because it really started to make me understand what about it is anomalous to the area. And I think the eve forward thing could really help. It's my opinion that the little connectors, if you got rid of some of those, and that's what's so different from everything else. Each little piece of this house is connected by a little connector, and they're glass. So I think some of those could be eliminated and not hurt the design. And then my other concern was the siding that goes side to side instead of up and down like barn board. If it could be, if that could be changed, this is just too different. And the flat roofed elements is also anomalous. I don't know what to say about those, but those are my concerns.
Thanks, Phil. Angus?
I appreciate the low scale as well. I'm concerned about the 24-inch grade difference and would be more comfortable with it being at the existing grade. I agree with Ray about the fenestration facing the creeks, that could be broken up, the wide spans that's happening in the primary bedroom, and I think it must be the living, but they're two large expanses of glass that I'd be more comfortable with it being reduced or broken up. I generally appreciate eaves forward for lowering the scale, but what I'm seeing in the long view, and I appreciate that being included here. It's A2.7. Can you go to that? What I'm seeing are, and this is just the general development, is that people are going 2 stories wherever possible. And there are 2-story structures from here all the way over to here. And to have something lower, I really appreciate. And if you could go back to the detail that you just had it at. It's in these areas here between the gables that you get to see some green and separation between the structures behind. There's such a layering in this area from a distance of house on top of house on top of house. And to have this broken up in such a way that you actually get some green and some separation between layers, I think is a successful approach for making this feel more natural. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Joe?
Yeah, my comments are kind of a combination of Angus and Ray. Everybody's mentioned the low height, and I think we all appreciate that. And for me, what comes along with that is some flexibility in a couple areas. I think we rarely see a single-story house because everybody wants to max out their ground cover and their square footage, so everything goes vertical, and you have upside-down houses and second-floor decks, and I feel like we're always, that's like the main focus is make things lower, eliminate second-floor decks. We don't have any of that here. And I think that means that there's some flexibility with respect to grade. We're not looking at a 4-foot grade change. Not that 2 feet is something to be dismissed, but I think 12 or 18 inches of grade manipulation happens without even comment. It's not even addressed on many applications. So I don't think that the grade change is egregious. I do think a site section would probably help the applicant because I think it would show the visibility or lack thereof from the water, because there's clearly a grade change when you look at the topography leading down to the water. And if there was a picture from one of these boats and that nice narrative of the boats traversing here, I think you'd look up and only see some of the rooftops. And there was some comments about I don't know if the word contemporary was used, but these flat roof areas and the gables forward, I think those two elements are used together, in my opinion, successfully to break up the massing. And I think Angus did a great job of describing how you can actually see through the structure and see some of the greenery behind there. Some of that is because there's these contemporary connectors, which have been made less contemporary. The gable forward, there's clearly a mix of gable forward and eave forwards. I think that could be looked at, but I believe it's a way to, at a glance from the water, look up and wonder whether or not it's all one structure, or is that the neighbor's house? And, it's interesting because as you move down towards, if you look at the locus, this is one of the largest lots in that entire area. And as you move towards E Street, which the applicant mentioned, that one orients horizontally, but a lot of these other lots are just one right after another, after another, after another, and one property just merges into another. So I feel like, given what could be here relative to the available ground cover and the height of some of the other houses in the area, I think this is a successful application in a lot of ways. And I felt that at the first time around, and now looking at the fenestration revisions and the revision to the chimney, I feel like and adding the muttons to some of the clear glass areas, I feel like it is moving more towards the Nantucket vernacular. I would ask the applicant to provide a site section and include from the water and the height of the vegetation, and maybe there's a photograph from the water. I think that would help, but I do recognize that there's a cluster of buildings here, but I think that assembly of smaller structures is preferable over side-by-side two-story structures making a wall from the water. So, well, those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Can we go to the image on, I think it's the next one. Yeah, and then if you could zoom in to like this section. And while they're doing that, Mark, I just want to say thank you, because this is a testament to good file optimization.
That's true.
We have a well-defined, high-definition image that only needs to be 72 DPI on the computer, but it was properly optimized and dragged into the CAD file, and we can download it, and we can look at it, and we can zoom in, and it gives us an opportunity to actually have a discussion on the merits versus sitting here being frustrated and wanting to toss our tablets against the wall. So thank you.
Of course.
So I agree with the concerns that have been stated. I want to focus on relative massing. I appreciate the concept of this being a one-story structure. However, I think it's important that we keep a relative context and not relative just to the structure itself. These are 8-foot-tall doors, 6-foot-tall windows. It helps to mask very successfully the structure, I think the height of the structure in and of itself. And the reason I asked to blow this up is if you look to the left, you have a two-story structure that is on the far left that is a little closer to the water, so it's not necessarily a fair representation. But can you scroll a little more to the left? Here, not too much more. Here you have two one-story structures that are approximately the same distance away. And if you look to the proposed, you really get a sense. Can we slide it just a little bit more of the proposed into the image? You really get a sense of, on the left, a one-story structure, typical historical Nantucket, in this structure. Now, I mention all of that to mention my concern between this house and the house next door, and this has nothing to do with Mark's design, I think it's a marvelous design, aside from the fact it's on a plateau 2 feet too high, is that this is a character and setting element for me, and the trend is, or would be, that there will be 12 of these homes along Nantucket, along the harbor. We will lose, my concern is that this is, the way this is designed with respect to all of the structure being connected, is there isn't a sense of what in Nantucket, this would actually be 2 or 3 dwellings, this size of a structure in terms of its footprint. And what we're seeing instead is one structure, and that's what we have to the right of this. And my concern is for the longer-term character and setting where we're losing these small structures and the simpler identities. Again, I think it's a marvelous design. I'm just concerned, I don't know who said it, but I agree. I think this could be consentable in many areas of the island, but I don't think this is one of them. So having said character and setting, Linda mentioned we're sticklers on grade. I would say as well we should be, but it's not that we're sticklers, we're stewards. So raising grade is a concern for me. I do want to say that this isn't directed at you, Mark, because there seems to be some consensus, but not a ton. We do have a best practices. We voted in 3 meetings for material modifications. If that doesn't happen, it's a denial. Depending on the vote, a denial could be for up to 2 years. The flat roof elements, I think, could be successful. I think the siding is part of that, and I think that needs to be rolled back, and also the trim details. I would not be adverse to seeing some hips versus gables, and maybe some studies as opposed to just simply eave forward to break it up. I think there is merit in the fact of having other than a roof plane facing the harbor with an eave forward. If you had hips, that might be beneficial. Millies, all hips. It's not foreign to the area. And I really urge you, Mark, to consider the concept of some separation here and give these, I don't know that they need to have a separate identity, but I believe that they need to have a separate sense of place, or have a separation in their sense of place is probably the better way to say it. That's my comments. I think we're at a point where we're looking for a motion for revisions.
I have one more question for Mark.
Okay, and then Mark, you can respond or ask your question.
I was just looking at your floor plan, Mark, and it shows a set of stairs going down that are pretty substantial. I guess that's the south, between structures, and I was just wondering what I'm missing, because I don't see it on the elevation.
You wouldn't see it because it leads down into a light well below that main, or that mast that runs parallel to the water's edge. So where we previously had very long windows that were on the south elevation and removed them for the 2/2 windows. So you're talking about the set of stairs that are kind of on the far right of the floor plan?
Yeah.
Down? Yeah, they lead down to a lower light well, if you will. So there's an access door down there.
It's an areaway.
Yeah, it's an areaway, and the garden just kind of rolls down into the areaway.
So are there windows down there?
There are windows below grade, yes, like a basement
Linda,
window would be.
please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, before you comment, I want to say I am aware of having looked at the site plan, and I understand that these are actually very much separate structures. It's more the layout on the site that makes them look as if they're one. That's the problem in my mind, in terms of appropriateness. The other thing before you comment is, I don't want to lose track of this, the comment that was made of the request for a cross-section. I think a couple of cross-sections, one through what is currently the proposed guest house of 1,062 square feet, and from front to back, so from the street to the harbor-ish to the backyard, through the backyard. And then the other being a cross-section through the proposed main house, I think would be beneficial for us to be looking at. And with that, I'll give you the floor.
So just to clarify on that last comment, through the guest house, which would then lead through the main house again, right? From street to near
Can we go to the
water's
site
edge?
plan?
Yeah, if we go to this, that would be easiest. If you just show me the two coat lines
I
you're
mean, Joe,
recommending.
Joe can obviously speak for himself, but I think it would be beneficial to have one
Yeah,
through here and
Yeah.
one through here.
okay, that's what I thought,
The back.
thank you. On the 2-foot comment, I have to check, we've been working with Don Bracken. He really actually established the grades for us. There is absolutely no benefit to the owners, occupants to gain 2 feet, to be honest. Their view is much the same, whether it's on the lawn or 2 steps up. And they have expressed zero interest in trying to raise this in any way. So if there's a grade manipulation, I'm guessing it's to address some drainage issues on the lot, because I think everything rolls into the house right now. But I will confirm that, clarify that for the board, but the intent is not to push this structure up out of the ground. We know in many other lots, your view changes tremendously if you can get a few more feet. That's not the case here. They don't need it at all. So I'll review that with Don Bracken and the site plan, because he is the one who's established the contours with our office.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful information, and we appreciate you looking into that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll provide the additional information as well, and I guess we'll go from there. I guess I don't have much else I would continue at. Other than that, I appreciate seeing the other buildings in context. Those are much smaller lots. This is a broader lot where we obviously tried to break up the amount of mass on that structure. So we will we'll take your notes and come back to you.
Okay, and then I think one is we'd like to finalize this with a motion to hold for revisions and additional information on grading and the 2 sections that were mentioned. Joe, is that your motion?
Yes, it is. And to have the other items track, or do you?
I
is it
think
worth
so. I mean, Mark,
reviewing
this
the-
is a pretty.
I think once we get this approval,
Yeah.
being hopeful, I think the other two are going to follow suit very quickly
Okay.
and easily behind it.
So, and the others to track.
Yeah,
On,
I think I'm
let's see, Ray, did you have anything to add? I'm
I
sorry.
did not. No, I think everything that needed to be said was said. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks so much. So, Joe, on your motion,
Aye.
Vale,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Tom, and I. Okay, thank you, Mark. We are now on to old business. Is Luke with us?
Mr. Chair. As far as the pool for this property, I just wanted to make sure that you're going through ZBA for that.
That's correct, because of the zoning here.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Let's see, is Luke with us? I know Carrie is auditing us, and she's in our minds. Okay, hey, Luke, good evening.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You are up for 75 Main Street, the buttress detail.
Right. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so basically, this was heard quite a while ago now. It was held basically for a full scanning by the fellow you guys suggested, to basically try and document a lot of the aspects and the rich textures of the existing brick wall. So we're providing those kind of photo document sets here, and we've done it in 3D, and then I actually did it as well using my own drawing and my own cameras also, because there's a subtlety in color. The contractor that's going to be heading this up is also on the Zoom call with us in case there's additional information needed. His name is Colin Evans, and he is the master mason who is leading this project. He provided a letter which I included in this round of revisions, which hopefully you all have read, which sort of identified how he was going to address repairing and making good this wall. And in a nutshell, it was to remove the top 3 or 4 feet, which were in major disrepair, and reuse as many bricks as he could. And then basically, I think he was going to need to order some number of bricks that he was going to have to order. He's found the supplier that originally had probably built had created these in the 1800s, which was a Stiles and Hart brick company, which is in the Northeast. He's already spoken to them about them replicating the sizes of these bricks as needed, and the colors. And he's quite comfortable in knowing that he'll be able to in the, some of these bricks that he does, when he dismantles the top 3 or 4 feet, there's a percentage that he's going to be able to save and reuse, and there's going to be a percentage that are going to need to be replaced. And it's on that basis that he's gone to and found this company that is replicate the color patterns that we all value. I think as for the cottage, which was part of this, the wall and the cottage are all one. It's going to be one. You had basically had no issues with the cottage, and that included the fact that we were going to add a new gable end brick wall on the west side, and this brick wall was going to act also as a buttress for the running wall along the sidewalk. There were 2 buttresses that were being suggested by the engineer that we had and look at this. That brick wall, that gable end wall was going to be 1 buttress, and then we were going to add another one halfway down the wall. And I was asked to provide a detail of that. I met with Colin in my office. We've reviewed some historic buttresses from England, and they were almost exactly what there is 1 buttress there now, which isn't a significant buttress, but it is there. And the second buttress that we propose is basically a beefier version of the one that currently exists, and very much in keeping with ones that we found in some of our research looking at the Old English wall buttresses. So I think that's it for me. I don't know if Holly has something to add to it, and certainly I'll just remind you that Colin Evans is also here as an expert on the wall if you have more detailed information you'd like to ask him.
Okay, thanks, Luke. I think what we'd like to do is we're going to go right to questions, then we're going to go to Holly, and then we're going to open it up. And if we need to, we can get some additional information. Does anyone have questions? Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a part of 75 Main Street, which is an individually significant structure, the Henry Coffin House, built in circa 1834. It's a federal. It was built by James Field, who's a head carpenter, and Christopher Capon, who is a head mason. And I mention that because more than likely this wall was built by that head mason back at that same time frame. The shed that you all have been reviewing for the changes to convert it into a cottage is at least on the 1887 Sanborn map, so it is possibly could be older. Just for put it in context, Henry Coffin, basically he was one of the prominent merchants during the height of the whaling era, and he was the one who we can thank for all the elm trees that were brought over to Nantucket. During the last review in September on the historic shed that's attached to this historic wall, the conversation ended obviously with the request for the 3D scan of the wall and info on the buttress detail. I wanted to thank Luke and his team for the 3D scan that Anton did. It's a very important historic element of our historic district, so much appreciated. And this should be something that we see moving forward for a lot of historic structures and elements. The detailed profile of the buttresses, I think Luke opined on that. Appreciate that element and showing the details. Just at a clarification on how many are actually existing and how many are being added to the site. Overall, I'm happy that Colin Evans is the project mason with his preservation knowledge and his expertise in the field. And I wanted to mention, because we had an application for the conversion of the shed structure into the cottage, and the cottage is associated and attached structurally to the wall. We all know that there's structural issues with the wall. If the board is inclined to approve this evening, I would request that the COA reflects all proposed work, which would be what I just mentioned. It basically would be all of that together since it's all contiguous. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Just on that point, that is, however, under a separate COA number, correct?
I believe so. I'm looking over at Fiona and she's nodding.
Okay, so I think what we would do, we'll obviously have discussion on it, but if we were inclined to approve them both, we can approve it. And then we can bring it in next meeting and ratify it based upon actually the COA being on the agenda. Okay, great. Are there any abutters with comments?
I
No.
don't see any hands.
Okay, Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
We have no concerns, but I do have a question for Luke, I guess, and that's the proposed new west wall of the cottage. The plans seem to indicate that maybe that wall is interior and not visible on the outside. Is that brick buried inside the cottage and not visible?
The new brick gable end wall
Yes.
on the west side of the, on the new addition, that's visible on the garden side. That's a visible element.
Okay. So that'll be addressed as a change to the cottage?
Yeah, it's already, that was clouded in the last revision set, or it should be in this set too as a duplicate. But yeah, that was something that we presented, and I think no one had, I think it was thought it was a fine idea to serve as a buttress, and then also to have two gable ends was something typical, could have been something typical historically as well.
That's fine. No concerns. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Okay, so let's see, Ray.
Making sure I'm unmuted. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Connie
I have no concerns, thank you.
and Joe
I have no concerns.
and Val.
Ditto.
And I have no concerns. And Luke, I just want to say, it's been a little while since we got this information, but I appreciate the great detail, the attention to detail, and, the effort that's gone into this. It's just an important brick wall to be walking by all the time. So with that said, can we get a motion to, I presume, approve as submitted and to approve the cottage subject to ratification, cottage work subject to ratification at the next meeting? Yep.
Clarify what that COA says in front of you.
This is to convert the shed to dwelling.
The one that we're looking at?
Well, no, what we have up here
Is just
the proper wall, but the file, just by accident, there's probably more than 175 Main Street, so that was put together with the wrong one.
Okay, so again, I just want to make sure I understand. We're reviewing the wall,
Yes.
and we have the cottage, which we already reviewed, and we're looking to expedite that. I mean, that could just go on consent for next week, and that would simplify it. We wouldn't even have to vote on it or get caught up in COA numbers or anything. So I think that's what I would suggest on reflection. So a motion to approve as submitted is warranted.
I'll make that motion.
Val on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
So
Okay.
you're saying the house wasn't approved, it was pending the
It-
wall thing?
Yeah, and so
Okay.
we'll just put it on and somebody will get it and it'll be
Okay.
consentable.
Yeah, got it.
So
Okay.
Steve, can I just ask a question? Are you saying that there will essentially be two certificates, two approval certificates going here, one for the wall and then one for the wall and cottage combined?
Based on the understanding, which I believed I just confirmed, we have two applications. One is for the wall and one is for the cottage. Luke, is that not the case?
Well, I think, no, what you have in front of you right now is everything as one set.
Okay, let's just take a brief pause. Give me a minute here. So the wall was, hey, Luke, is it possible that the wall came up as a extension as part of the cottage and then work on that wall as an extension of doing that work? Because what we have in front of us is an application for converting the historic shed to a dwelling.
Right.
Okay, is there a prior application or a different application in addition?
No, there was
Okay.
one there was one I'd put in with the wall alone, but it did not move
Yeah,
forward.
so that's the one we're talking about.
Well, I'm okay with two approvals if that's what you want. I'm just.
Yeah, I think, so what we approved tonight is, bear with me, everyone. The buttress detail, that's what's on the agenda. So what we will be looking at next time as a matter of seemingly as consent is the cottage, which was previously reviewed, which brings us back to where we were about 3.5 or 4 minutes ago. And we've already made a motion, so we're gonna move on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are actually gonna take an 11-minute break. We will be back at 5:51.
This is why it's important to sign applications up with very clear.
Well, to be fair, this kind of could have been all one application, really.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Once we get, we're on? Live? Okay, we return to our regularly scheduled programming. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How would you like to have this presented? Someone online or you want to talk first?
Well, maybe JR can speak, but I'd just like to preface it, that's the name of the fellow online, is that the application is not complete tonight. The changes that were requested showing the panels on the elevations aren't affected in this application, so. But I just had a couple of questions, and I don't know if JR has anything he wants to say.
Okay, yeah, this one I think was difficult because of the imagery.
Yeah,
So I think if you have something that can be presented that shows modifications, it might be better to use this as kind of a cleanup meeting and then have it come back on the agenda first on Tuesday next week, so we can actually see what it is, because
thank you, I
otherwise,
appreciate that,
yeah.
He
So go ahead if you
does.
had questions.
Yeah, I just had a question. The west elevation, I would like to be able to keep the panels on the higher parts of the west elevation, because I currently only have them on the west and the south. And I'm a lot back from Surfside Road, so my house, the west elevation is the rear of my house, and it's barely visible. It's only very quickly visible from one driveway on Surfside Road. If I can't keep panels on two sides, it's not really viable.
Okay,
Because I'm not allowed to put them on the front, if I understand. Originally, they had some on the front porch hip roof, but I believe they had to be removed.
okay. So I think it's going to be difficult to say conclusively until we see what's actually presented, but I think it's fair for you to point that out. And I think that once we see the proposed arrangement, we can comment on it, including it would be more appropriate to move these together so there's no jagged edges or something along those lines. So that's why the imagery will be important, marked up on the elevations.
Yeah, I understand.
And JR, can you, can I get a clarification as to the status of the revised drawings?
Yes, I can share the picture that we have.
Oh, you have them,
for
okay, yeah, why don't you do that?
I'm not sure if this is what you are looking for, though. Let me just
Yeah.
share my screen here. So this is the picture of the house with placement of the panels.
Okay, and this is what, I just want to be clear before we move in any direction, this is what would be submitted?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I think we have in front of us on the screen what we'll be looking at, so why don't we just move forward with it, if you guys are comfortable with that. Angus?
Are you ready for people to speak?
I think so, I'm trying to get to the point where we know if we're going to talk about it or not. I think given that what we'd be waiting for to review next week on Tuesday is on the screen, we should just proceed. And then we would, in any event, request that this information be submitted so we have it in the digital record. And with that, I will say the board is myself, Val, Joe, and Connie. And this dates back to September of last year. And did you have a general comment or question? Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, just the photo. So I'm seeing a bunch of photographs of the house with the blocks of panels on there. And there's an aerial shot that shows the driveway and the house. I don't know if that can get pulled up or who's, JR, are you?
Yeah. I'll share that that file as well that you're referring to. I believe I have that as well. This one.
Yes, thank you. So I think when you come back, it's going to be helpful to have, I believe that these are going to the street, maybe, but the perspectives from the street up the driveway towards the house in either direction would be helpful as part of the application to just help with the visibility. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. But I think, can you, JR, can you go to the elevations you're showing? That
Sure,
you've
yeah.
modified? Yeah. I think we have what we're going to get. No, it's not what's been posted digitally, it's what he's showing on the screen. And given it's closed board, myself, Val, Connie and Joe, I think we can proceed.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Yeah, please.
The color of the roof?
It looks, well, why don't we have Nancy answer that?
It's, the roof is old and it's gonna be replaced is the plan before the solar panels, with like thing. It's dark gray,
Okay, and what's the color replacement anticipated to
be the same. I mean, I don't know if it was originally black. It's very dark, charcoaly color.
be? Okay, and are you adverse to using black?
No,
Okay, because it's, one of the guidelines is where there's, the idea is that the rectilinear form of the solar panels are geometrically larger than roof shingles. They're very foreign looking, and the black helps to blend in because the solar panels are black.
I've
That's
noticed
all.
that around the island. I'm not adverse to that at all. It may have been black. It's an old roof, so.
Okay, thank you. So I think what I'm going to do is, I got one more question, JR. The imagery that you have showing on the screen, are those solar panel locations the same as in the site plan dated December 23rd?
That should be, yes, correct.
Okay, so what I'd ask the sitting members is to take a look at the site plan, which I think you all have in front of you, and then we have a slightly better graphical representation of these in elevation view that JR will walk us through. Is that correct, JR?
Yes, that should be
Okay.
correct.
Why don't we begin?
I'll go. So I think I have the information I would need to make a decision, because 50%, or I haven't counted the rectangles, okay, 60% are on the rear facing the pool. None of those are a concern. The remaining 40%, half of those are on the lower roof. And then, so there's 4 panels in this elevation that are up high on the gable end, and that is the side of the house. So there's nothing that's facing the road. And I think that if the applicant is replacing the roof to have black asphalt shingles, even though these are broken up a lot, there's not a large field of panels anywhere, I don't think that they're going to be seen and be an issue. So I'm fine with the application.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yes, along the same lines, I'm more inclined to approve the roof replacement is black.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Val.
I have a question for Nance.
Uh,
On the side, what side is that? With the
I
two
think it's the south
dormers?
side with panels.
You have a skylight? Is the skylight going away?
The skylight where the panels are?
Well, on their representation, showing them here, which is supposed to be that, it shows that you have a skylight there?
Yeah, no, I don't plan for the skylight to go away.
Okay, so,
They'll be, may I?
yeah,
So the solar panels will be as viewed from the south elevation, viewing it head-on will be to the left of the skylight, on the lower plane roof, the covered porch.
what?
Yeah, this is a covered porch. So this is the south, they're gonna be here next to the skylight.
That's not a covered porch, and that's actually interior.
Oh, and interior,
Yeah.
oh, I was looking at this.
No.
I think the 4,
Oh, it's up there, I got you.
yeah, I think those 4 panels that are shown there have to slide down so that the top of them is below where the chimney meets the roof, because the skylight is above that, so that those 4 have to slide down towards
Yeah.
the gable dormers.
Can we go to the site plan? Do you have that readily available, JR?
Yeah, let me pull that
You
up.
know what,
Give me 1 sec.
I'm not even gonna bring it up. What I thought
Okay.
was shown in the site plan as a skylight may not be, so I'm not gonna worry about it. No, I see that one now, but this is the one I thought I thought this was, so I thought, I was saying it's on the south, it's to the solar panels. Is to the left.
I think it's all fine.
fine.
I just suggest if these guys want to do some work here, they got to get a little bit better at the presentations. As we've gone through this, I have personally with them a few times.
Okay, thanks, Val. Yeah, I agree. I think this is approvable as submitted. I think a black roof is very beneficial in keeping with our guidelines. So I appreciate that. And I'd agree that with respect to the graphics, got to get a little lighter in the lines and better slope management and stuff like that. So JR, you can go through the office and get an idea from other solar applications, and they're posted on our website. It'll be beneficial to you and your clients. What do we have as a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted, understanding that the panels on the south will move down below the existing skylight.
Okay.
Black roof.
And the roof will be black.
Okay, and that'll just be as a condition written on the COA.
Yep.
Okay. We're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thanks, Nance.
Thank
Thanks,
you very much.
JR.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And we'll need that for the record.
Pardon me? Yeah, and JR, it includes submission of the digital rendition that you've shown online today.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Stat.
Last March.
38 Pine Street. Ben, look at you, right on time. Thank you. Well, it's staff, but it's just a condition. It's not like they need to submit drawings.
to make sure he provides that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Okay, Ben, your board is myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, welcome back, and Connie. Last heard December 17th. When you're ready.
Great. So as maybe you remember before the holidays, we're talking about a story and a half addition on the rear of this building. And our past meetings were really focusing on the dormers and the window sizes in that dormer, and specifically also the distance of shingle between the bottom of the windows and the one-story roof elements below them. So the revisions in front of you, the plans have changed in that the dormers have reduced in width on both the south elevation and north elevation. The window sizes have been scaled to be smaller than, and now I'm talking on the west elevation, than the double hung window above their basement access. And I've put the exact dimensions on that south elevation so that there's no confusion on scale there. So the windows proposed, the number twos, are 2'6" wide by 4'5" tall. That window that was highlighted at our last review is 2'8" wide by 4'9" tall, so they are a size smaller than those. So the dormers have been reduced in width. The windows have been scaled as have been requested. The plate height in the dormer has been lowered, so the windows have been moved down the wall plane. And then from the first floor level on the south elevation, the porch roof has been steepened so that there's only essentially 2 shingle courses of shingle below the window and the roof plane. And then on the opposite side, the north elevation, there's a small gable form on the back of the building. That gable form, the plate has been raised so that that roof plane has come up towards the bottom of the windows again to essentially create 2 shingle courses of space between the sill of the window and the roof plane. And with that, I look forward to hearing your comments.
Thanks, Ben. Holly, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing 1 3/4 4-bay structure within the fish lot, circa 1820. It was built by William Hart, who was a blacksmith. Appreciate the reduction in the dormer and the window height and the steeper porch roof pitch. I think the dormer should come into the windows for less shingle space. And technically, building with Nantucket Mine guidance discourages flush dormers, although it is appropriate for 12 roof pitch. It specifically says, quote, "Shed dormers are accessible on the side or rear of post-Civil War building as long as they do not cover most of the roof plane. This is a pre-Civil War dwelling, and gable would not be appropriate, especially how prominent it is and visible. So obviously the shed is more appropriate. I do think overall that it should be reduced, the dormers, windows at least, reduced more in height and width, but appreciate the direction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Mickey, do you guys have anything non-repetitive? And just thought of, in deference to the other
No
applicants? Good, thank you. Let's see, again, myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, and Connie. Connie, you ready?
Yeah, excuse me, I appreciate the changes, and I don't really have much of a concern. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby?
I still feel that the north-south dormers on the second floor are a little bit out of scale, and I'd like to see those reduced a little. I think one more size and you've got it. I think you're real close. It just still, it seems to overwhelm that elevation, those two elevations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Ray?
Thank you, Stephen. So, I think we all are aware that this is a small building to begin with, and it's somewhat difficult to add on a second floor to a small building. I think that, particularly since I think this is now the third time we've heard this, and each time Ben has, made the dormers less and less impactful and conspicuous, and I appreciate all those efforts. I know this house well. It's right down the end of the street from where I live. I think it's all right. I think it's fine. I'm looking at the dormer relative to the main building, and I don't want to penalize the owner of this building for enlarging what is now a small building. So I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus?
Thank you. At first glance, I don't really see a measurable difference between the last presentation and this one. The windows got smaller, which meant there was more shingle space, but then the dormer got smaller to I guess, compensate for that. What I'm hearing is that the windows got 4 inches smaller, and I'm not sure how much smaller the dormers got, but 4 inches in the overall scale of things here, I don't think is going far enough. When I look at the amount of wall area and shingle area, it's a significant portion of the existing main gable, and that's a concern. It's a much bigger concern on the north side that's a lot more visible than the south side. So on the south side, I would want to see the shingles, as Abby suggested, maybe getting within, say, 6 inches of the corner boards getting within 6 inches or so of the dormer windows. On the north side, I think there needs to be more of a significant revision to reduce the overall scale. So I'm seeing second floor windows that are 3 panes wide in the existing structure, and I think that and then comparably coming in with the overall width and maybe even the height of the dormer would make more sense on the north side. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. My thoughts are that, and I appreciate the attempts to, meet the requests. I think if you bury the top plate of the dormer windows in the header, which is to say to lower the roof assembly by the better part of 4 inches or so, that's sufficient for me. Noting that the window detailing, I think, is appropriate and gives character. And not to besmirch someone else's home, but if you look to the left of this structure, up Lion Street, there is, I believe, an infill visible from Pine that is a flush dormer with two 6/6 windows, and I'm pretty sure the meeting rails don't line up. John would be up in arms over that one. So given the context of the area and my prior comments, I think this is approvable. What do we want to do?
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Just to historic, maybe Holly knows, if you push those up into the header, is that a historic detail? Or is that?
I can tell you.
Yeah.
Yes. Look at the top of Main Street. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a.
Yeah, no, I think I
yeah.
have them on my own house. I just didn't know if it was.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
I submitted or?
Sorry,
with the-
with the windows on the second floor going up into the header.
So are you okay with doing that as an Exhibit A?
Sure.
Okay, great. So we'll do an Exhibit A showing the top plate of the windows buried in the header, which is to say the roof assembly will be lowered approximately 4 inches. In favor of Abby's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Nay.
Nay. And I'm a yay. So 4 in favor, for the record, 1 opposed. Angus, you're consistent. Give you credit for that. Stick to your principles. 42 Schimmel Pond Road. Ray, are you representing or is Lisa gonna? Lisa's in the Zoom. Good evening, Lisa. Well, Lisa's getting prepped. I'll announce the board is myself, Angus, Abby, Joe, Connie, and of course, Ray is part of the representation team. He's not active.
Okay, this was last heard, I think, on December 17th, and we've made some of the changes that the board has requested. We did some investigation and came up with a scheme that I think addresses most of the concerns. There were some conflicting concerns, so we can just go through the elevations. Next slide, please. Oops. Okay, so on the north, we originally had 3 doors up on the second floor. We changed the fenestration to match the dormers that are on the main house, which is a door and 2 double hung windows on either side. We also updated the railing on the porch to match the detail on the main house. We changed the doors on the first floor from the bifold doors to be the sliders that are also on the main house and approved at the kitchen. We kept the corner boards on you can go to the next slide. I can just talk about the corner boards. We kept them on the dormers. That was previously approved. So that shows you the changes. So next slide. We kept the corner boards on the dormers because we felt like, I think in this situation with a flush dormer, the corner boards just make more sense architecturally. And so we kept those. That was one other comment. And I think the only other thing we changed there was just making these doors again match something that was approved on the main house on the first floor. So there's consistency between the buildings. And that's just changes to fenestration. And then this was again changes to fenestration, just changing some of the window patterns, the layouts and sizes.
Okay. Let's see, 42 Shemo infill. Oh, you didn't have anything on this, do you? Does anyone have any questions for Lisa? Can we just jump to concerns, if any?
I have no concerns.
Joe, thank you. Connie?
I have no concerns.
Abby?
Thank you.
Sorry, are we on the?
85 Orange Street.
No, I did have some concerns about this. Lisa, what's the size of the French doors?
Which ones, Abby? Which side?
Facing the water?
Facing the water, they're 4-foot sliders. They do match something that's on the main house, that's been approved on the main house.
Yeah, I think the height of these windows was can we see the elevation where the face the water, what was that, the north?
North. Let's say you're talking about the second floor,
No, the first floor.
first floor. Oh, the doors.
Yeah, the French doors all seem like they're like 8
Oh.
feet high.
Okay.
Can we go to the elevation?
Sheet 821, 2.1.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I think that's, the 4 sliding doors, just seem huge to me, and I think they should be scaled back.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus?
I have just a similar concern about the height of the doors. I know that they were approved with the main structure, but this being a smaller scale structure, proportionally, it might make sense to bring those down to 7.6 or something. And I would be happy to make a motion. You
Yeah,
probably want to
before-
talk first, never mind.
Before we do that, just, Lisa, are you open for some horse trading at a 7.6?
Yeah, I am. The only thing that I would say though is I might want to remove the panels on the doors then, because I feel like the lights are gonna get too squash looking, but I think I'm fine to do the 7.6. Have this building read a little differently than the house.
Well, if they came down, yeah, because the width's gonna be off.
Mm-hmm. So I would just remove the lower panel and just have the glass go all the way down. But if that's.
Hold on, Abby.
Yeah, so I'm just going back to the original house where there was a lot of roof, and now the sort of these doors are the main focus instead of like that what's it called, hipped roof over those 4 doors just seems minimal, and I'd like to see it relate more to that main house.
Okay. I think we're at, now that we're talking about door sizes, and I would prefer the north, I think it would be more appropriate proportionately to go with 7.6 on the prior proposed doors.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Where they're a little narrower.
Yeah, they're narrower. It's gonna work better with the lights.
With the smaller panes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go to the next slide that shows
Sheet
whoever's
2.1, previous.
Yeah, that shows the other doors.
Angus, if you were making that motion, are you comfortable with that or not?
So what we would be doing is just bringing the glass down to where the panel begins, and whatever height the door ends up being,
7.6
or
doors.
just
7.6 doors. We're comfortable with that.
So we'd lose 6 inches on the height and the panel would go away, but from the ocean where you'd see this, you're not gonna see the panel anyways.
Exactly. And the other part that I was going to have with the motion was about the corner boards going away, but I don't know how the rest of the commissioners feel about that. I guess if that's my motion, we'll find out.
Okay, as an exhibit A.
I have a question on that motion.
Joe, why don't you second it for purpose of discussion?
Okay, I'll second it for purpose of discussion. Are you referring to the corner boards on the dormers only or the entire
am.
building?
Yeah, I
Okay.
support that.
All right.
Is that part of your motion or not?
Yes.
It is. So the dormer, woven shingle corners on the dormers. And 7.6 doors consistent with the prior north elevation, and it'll be marked up as an exhibit A. That's Angus' motion. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
All right,
nice
unanimous,
day.
as Diane used to say, unanimous. Wasn't there like a mouse joke one night? I actually was able to work that in. Not that I'm clever, I just remember stuff. Okay, so 85 Orange, addition to the front house. Good evening. And remind me of your name, self?
Chris Anderson.
Chris, that's it. Welcome to the HDC, Chris. Okay, for these applications, your board is myself, Angus, Joe, and Connie.
I'm in now. I am sharing. I'm in now. I just logged in.
Okay, we're looking at the addition to the front house. And I will admit that I did not preview these. I thought I was gonna get a copy of these sent to me so I could verify that we were gonna be happy with at least the graphics. The graphics definitely look better. Different, but different than normal, but better. Okay, Chris, why don't you proceed? We'll go from there.
I'm supposed to file. My apologies.
Not to put any pressure on you.
It's fine.
10.
There you go.
Okay. Why don't you, I mean, we've looked at this a lot.
Yes.
Like, really too much, but we've got some better graphics, so why don't you stick to what modifications you made? Keep in mind for the future, please, to bubble things, because it'll be easier for us to pick them
Correct.
out.
And the reason we didn't is because the majority of it was architectural corrections for essentially like.
I gotcha. Just now that we're on the same page-ish with respect to the graphics.
Totally understand. I wanted to make sure we started from a good foundation and from there.
Proceed, please. And Mark is giving lessons on graphic file sizes. His office will be conducting a seminar live via Zoom. We're going to set that up. You laugh. I'm enlisting you, Mark.
Okay. No major changes since, well, I guess the biggest change really is not on what you're seeing besides the corrections on the heights and confirming the roof pitches, everything that was, the board recommended. The biggest change was really just because of the previous board's recommendation on the addition to the east, which instead of having what was like a double peaked roof there that gave it a valley look, we increased the size of it just to give it a simpler look, as you can see here. Again, keeping the ridge line below the front of the house, not really changing the elevation much to any of the surroundings. Other changes were we simplified the window schedule to essentially 2 different size windows instead of what was 4 or 5. Besides, there's one small roof existing window that's up on the peak on the east side, right here. Otherwise, it's no major change. It's just really clearing up everything that we had discussed in the past to make sure that it's in line with what the board had recommended on the heights and the windows and everything else, the details that were the feedback we were given from before.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Chris at this point? I actually have a question for you, or for Ray. Ray, I seem to recall you being on this at least at one point, no?
Sorry, I was just muted. Listen, I recall being on this, but I'm not listed for some reason.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
so then my next question is to Holly.
I can address that. So the last hearing that this was at was the November 5th meeting, and Ray was not present at that meeting.
Okay, so he would need to mull it in if this continues, if he wanted to sit. But he should be listed with the cross out, just for the sake of continuity. Okay, let's go with
Mr. Chair.
Holly's comments.
Thank you. So for the record, this is a circa 1834 3 to 5 bay half house. The L at the rear was later added along with the 2/2 windows. So now with the clear elevations, the north elevation I think is the most important and actually of concern. The right side of the main mass of this historic half house with the existing small gable end, changing it to a full box gable, if you will, as seen in the north is, I don't think, appropriate, and it's contrary to building with Nantucket in mind, along with the fact that this is a half house. It's not a typical Nantucket. The addition to provide the desired program should be additive in nature and not taking it up with the half house's ridge, as it will obliterate that true characteristic of the half house, a character defining feature of this 191-year-old dwelling. The addition as drawn would change it to a block tip, like I just mentioned, typical Nantucket. The plans should also clearly identify those elements being demoed, if you will, with red lines. That's not included in here, especially at the age of the structure, having the new elements emphasized. Still appreciate bringing back that right side historic door of the half house with that historic photograph that's been provided in the packets in the past. Also adding the roof walk and filling in that half house ridge doesn't work, as it does not tell that story as to why the roof walk is situated on the left-hand side as it's proposed, which I think is appropriate, retaining the ridge as is. Provide additive massing to achieve the goal would be a recommendation for me. Also, page 7 of the hardscaping rendering shows that north differently on that. Once we get to the hardscape application, there's a rendering, which is really nice, but it's completely different than the revised drawing, so I think that is important to notate. But thank you for rendering removing, the atypical greenhouse that was originally proposed. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Yes, so we'll definitely agree with what Holly just said about the adding on to the wing on the north side, making it essentially wider, and it raises the ridge up to meet the existing ridge to the left and the front. So that's inappropriate. It should retain its original proportions on that front elevation. The proposed additions on the west, if you could scroll down to the west elevation, please. There you go. This proposed additions to the west need a little bit of rethinking. One, the wider gable there has a roof pitch of 6 and 12. That's not appropriate. And the two roofs, as shown, don't intersect properly. So that needs to be corrected. The existing roof walk, the existing roof on the west is actually, if you scroll up to the existing on that same elevation, that's still not drawn accurately. There's a hipped section, which you'll see on the north, that's not shown there. I'm not sure it's consequential, but it's not that consequential. The front window changes, if you wouldn't mind going to the front, please. The front window changes are okay, but more attention should be paid to the historic photos, which show a slightly different, more elaborate head casing detail, and the relationship of the upper head casing into the frieze, which is shown in the historic photo. It'd be, I think it would be good to bring that back to the historic, the way it was done historically. And on that elevation, the stoops that are shown, I get that they're They were taken off of the historic photo, but they're pretty unusual stoops, and I would just question whether they're appropriate today. And then the proposed roof walk, we usually don't like to put roof walks on very old buildings unless there's some historical precedent for one. So unless some evidence to show that a previously existing roof walk had existed, I would suggest that we don't add a new one to this building. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, again, myself, Angus, Joe, and Connie, who'd like to begin? Joe.
Okay, I'll go. I think this application is a little bit tricky to comment on. I don't mean to sound harsh, but the comments that were made by Holly and Mickey are referencing historic photos that are no longer in the package, so I think it would be to your benefit to include them each time. And also the previous edition was just removed completely. I understand why. In this edition is more appropriate than the last one. I wouldn't say it's moving in the right direction, but it's like the last one just seemed so far off and relative to the roof lines working and so forth that you guys abandoned that one completely. And at first was wondering like what actually changed here. So piecing that all together, having to remember meetings that go back a couple months is a little bit tricky. The other thing is that so just because there were some inconsistencies on the other buildings relative to drawings that Stephen referred to at the beginning, and these do feel much better. I was looking for the site plan and then I was looking for the floor plans to see that they match because there were some things in the elevations that seemed inconsistent and there aren't any floor plans here. So that's a challenge. And when I look at the site plan for the footprint, you have the existing house is the dark gray and then the addition is this little infill. And that footprint implies that the existing house extends out beyond the addition, which would mean that existing little gable end would be expressed on the north, but it isn't expressed on the north. You show the one large addition. So there's some of the floor plans, or excuse me, the site plan doesn't exactly relate to the elevations. So I think I would do a sweep through your plans and the site plan and just look at the elevations to make sure that they're all congruent. And then, because I think it would make some sense relative to the front elevation, it would tell the story of why there's two doors and the trim details and things like that, and potentially even the roof walk. So with respect to this proposal, I agree with what Holly and Mickey said regarding the east elevation, and I guess it's also the north, both the front and the right side. I think the relationship between that primary mass and then the secondary mass, those ridge lines, I think are part of the sacred part of the design, and then what happens in the back of all that can start to have some more additive massing. This feels much calmer, generally speaking, than the last one, and therefore I feel like it's more appropriate, and the fenestration feels more regularized, and the porch element that Holly mentioned has been removed, and the existing porch, all those things that are being removed on the back are all positives. Like when I look at the south elevation, that looks, if you ended up with something that looked like that, that feels very appropriate. So I think for me, it's that ridge line on the front and expressing that smaller gable that's there now on the side or the north elevation. And I think bringing back some of the historic photos into the package will help a lot. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Angus?
Everything that I would have said has already been said by Joe, Holly, and Mickey. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing else to add. When I looked at it, my main focus was on the east and the north, because that's the most visible. And all the comments I'm in agreement with. Thank you.
Thanks. Chris, this one is, gravitating to the site plan or a floor plan that shows the proposed, preferably a roof plan.
Okay.
Because it'd be way easier
Yes.
to pick out where we're having this incongruent representation of what's shown in the proposed west elevation, which is the small gable addition, and how that translates to, seems consistent on the north elevation, but the south elevation, the roof line of that does, the roof lines of that and the larger gable, something is amiss. And also, can we go to the south?
No, I got it. One
So
second.
here, can we go, I'm sorry, can you come back down?
Back to the west,
Is this a two-family?
Yeah,
proposed?
yeah, so this, I mean, this relationship here does not seem to be, this is your north, right?
Correct.
So your south does not seem to be accurately represented if you go down to the south. North, good. And this is a small detail, but it's important. Here. Is this wall actually flush?
Give me a second. Yes, on the south side, that is a flush wall, all
Okay,
the way
'cause-
across.
And then if you look at the west, I think that there's a delineation that needs to be made here.
Yep.
And I thought that this was a little higher than this, so there's something that isn't tracking right. I think that needs to be addressed amongst the other concerns with the site plan and that Joe had mentioned, having your plans track what your new elevations or your proposed elevations represent.
Okay.
I think that it's, I'll say that some of the proportions I think are not appropriate, but given if you were working with other than this historic structure, your proposed east elevation actually could be appropriate, except for that dinky little roof walk. That's just typically larger and whatnot. But given the historic structure, I think you don't have support for that modification. I think that all the other comments have been made. You're going to have to pour through the minutes, tape, make some minutes. We're at the point now, though, that we've got some drawings we can actually work with. We need to see some material changes that reflect the comments of the board so we can move on this.
Yep. Look forward to working.
Yeah, okay. Or we get to the point where we're at the 3 and you're out, and then it's a 2-year process, and you don't want that to happen. Angus?
Just a reminder about the red clouding so that we
Yes.
see
Agreed.
also what's been proposed.
Okay. It's going to be a little complicated. Let's just maybe get clear on this. Do we want to see in the next set existing this and then revision lines, or do we just want to see what's existing, what's proposed with bubbles? Do we need to see this step in the drawings?
I think it's helpful in the process of seeing the progression that,
Okay.
that the design has gone.
Okay. It's just that he's going to be making changes, but they'll be bubbled, so we'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, I love the idea of a roof plan. I think that would be hugely informative, and the floor plans and,
Historic photos.
yeah, the historic photos.
Yeah, all in one package.
Yep.
We're going to get there, Chris, but we're going to need you to be a little more flexible now that you're on the same page with us.
I'm working with you guys.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
excited.
So we get a motion for a roof plan, a proposed site plan, and both of those to reflect revisions to the elevations and revisions to the elevations. Is that your motion, maybe, Angus?
That is.
Excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we're gonna go, I'd like to track the hardscape, right? We're not too in the hardscape?
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys need to have an apron on your driveway. There's no apron proposed. That's a zoning bylaw.
Okay.
And you can touch base with Holly in the office on that.
I will.
Or just look around the neighborhood, you'll see it. Brick. Okay, thanks, Chris. Excuse me. 14 Berkeley renovation. Good evening.
Cy Newman representing the client. This one's been stuck in the mud for a little bit. We've gone back and forth. I had to withdraw back in August, I believe. So I don't know if the old minutes are really relative or not. At this point, we changed quite a bit. And you can see in the site plan once we get down there. There's an orange hatch and a dotted line for the old hardscape. Client would like to, what they're trying to do is right now it's a 2-bedroom with a loft as a 3rd bedroom. Their septic allows for 3 bedrooms. They're trying to put a full foundation under the building and put 3 full bedrooms on the property. The idea is to eliminate the half-round driveway that's existing, pick up the existing building, rotate it, and move it east along the site so that the driveway is now along Arlington and not accessed through Berkeley and Cumberland Ave. Pick up the existing building, rotate it 90 degrees clockwise, full foundation underneath, storage, mechanical, playroom, family room. First floor ground would, we put a small addition on one end for a stairwell and entryway, expanded on the kitchen and living room and put a first floor bedroom there and 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I think that's a good opening and looking forward to your thoughts.
Sounds good. Board is myself, Val, Connie, and Joe. Diane no longer sitting on it. And who would like to begin? Val.
I just have one question. Josiah, which side is the front door on? I couldn't find it.
It is the east elevation, which is now on Arlington. And it's, well, that's the entry to the front door porch. The front door is actually facing what would be south now.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
and
not shown.
It's not shown. That's just what confused me, so thank you.
Oh, on the proposed south, if you zoom in there, I don't know why it is so lightly drawn, but it is,
With white ink.
yeah, it's south elevation.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, sorry about that, but you're right, it is very lightly drawn in there. It's actually the existing door from the house. It's right there. If you zoomed in, lower right corner,
Right next to the window.
right next to the window.
Okay.
I can barely see it on my screen, sorry about
Okay,
that.
no
It's
worries.
behind a masking layer.
Yeah,
Val, do you want to go ahead and comment?
That really was my main concern. I think now the west is the rear, right?
the west is facing Berkeley now.
Yeah, that's the rear.
So, and that's becoming the backyard of sorts, so I'm okay with this.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, it took a little bit to wrap my head around this because of the orientation and the house spinning and so forth. I've always liked the way this house addressed the other street, but it's a nice, simple house as it exists. So, but I'm going to try not to have that prejudice because I do think that your approach to using this site is a far better use of the property than previously because you're giving up all the property to the Cumberland Avenue side. So now that you're reorienting towards Arlington, Tom Nevers, I live couple streets over. It's rural on the one hand, but the lots are small enough that you end up with orientation to the street in a lot of ways. I wouldn't say it's formal, but you have a house parallel to the road and you expect to see a front door. So my only criticism, and I say it lightly because these exist all over Tom Nevers, there's upside down houses everywhere, is that you're gonna know it's the front because that's where the parking is and it faces the street, but the deck, the tiered decks with the exposed rail is very informal, and I mean, it doesn't have much of a street presence, and there is no door that faces the road, so that doesn't help. But if that deck went away and that was a porch versus a second floor deck, I think that would make a huge difference. But I think it'd almost be an unfair thing to say because there are examples all over the neighborhood with these upside down houses with these decks that you enter under. So I'm just, idealistically, I would love to not see that be a deck, but those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I have no concerns, thank you.
Okay. Val, you talked. I agree with, Val's comments. I agree with Joe's comments that I think, it can be approved as is.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Let's see, all in favor say aye.
Adding the front door.
To the drawings.
Yeah.
So that'll be a condition on the COA. All in favor say aye.
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 None opposed, and that moves us on, thanks Josiah,
Thank you.
to One Wires Lane, Hardscape, Art. Good evening.
How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Val, and Angus. And you can start with what you see up there, please.
So last week, the board felt that the stepping stones were too modern and inappropriate orientation. So I installed regular sized stepping stones in a more regular orientation.
Okay, thank you. I recall that. Holly, did you have any concerns with this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wires Lane, circa 1930-ish structure within the OHG, 1930s. As much as I thought brick was more appropriate within the OHG, bluestone does exist in locations. I think the linear pattern is more appropriate than what was previously proposed.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Does anyone have a concern with these?
Yeah, I've got some
Abby?
info. It turns out,
Can I weigh in?
Yeah, Mickey, if you've got something to add to Holly's.
Yeah, we feel this sort of has a kind of a formal feel to it. And we do think that the brick would be more appropriate than the bluestone. The retaining wall is not detailed very clearly. I'm not even sure what that is, that square near the top of the drawing. And I just think simplification of this whole design, there's the circular granite stone terrace in the middle. Simplification would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby, you have the floor.
yeah, I had a couple questions too. What are the green balls around the first patio?
Those are just planters.
Okay, just planters. My feeling was, so I walked up there, it turns out it's behind my house. I was looking all over for Wires
Yeah,
Lane.
yeah,
I
it's
couldn't
hard to
find it. And it's right behind my house. So we walked up there. It's an interesting little lane with lots of different things going on. It's on a steep slope, so there's a lot of terracing, there's a lot of stone. I think what you're doing is okay, especially because my most concern was right on Wires Lane to have that screened, and you've got that going on with the hornbeam hedge, which is that just a hornbeam tree cut down, or what is a
It's
hornbeam?
planted as if it were a privet hedge, but then we sort of
hedge it over time, and it's just hornbeam instead of privet.
So you just keep it as a hedge, and that hedge is what, about 5 feet high
Yeah,
or
right,
6?
5-6 feet
Okay,
usually.
so a lot of this will be screened from
Yeah, it's very
Wires
screened.
Way?
Yeah, there's actually 2 layers of hornbeam hedge there as well.
Okay. The other question I had around that circular, whatever, Belgian block circle, is that grass that you've done little specks with? Is that?
Those are grasses, yeah.
Okay.
The idea behind this is sort of have garden rooms, and that middle circular one with the reused granite mill wheel is to turn into like a bubbler, and it's sort of to me a contemplative garden setting, whereas one is like a dining setting because it's off the kitchen, and that's why I've had the 3 sort of garden rooms for 3 small different fields, and just to answer the retaining wall question, it's the existing granite that is there. We're just rotating half of it to a 90-degree.
Okay. The only thing I would say would that to make it a little softer, because it's very hardscaped and it is a very rural feel there, would have more grasses or grass just to soften up a lot of this rigidity, which seems very formal. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, appreciate the change in the type of paver. This is more along the lines of what I was hoping to see. The hornbeam hedge for me is, well, 2 things. The hornbeam hedge and the fact that this is all stepped down from the road are really kind of mitigating these formal elements. But I also think that this is being done in a way that's like the same sort of formality that you might see behind one of the, lovely houses on the residential portion of Main Street, where you kind of have like these little mini formal gardens. Sometimes they're sort of rooms, which has been discussed. So I'm okay with this, all things considered. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Let's see, Val?
I have no problem with it. I think it's not that dissimilar from what's there, and I personally feel like bluestone is a lot less formal than brick. So thank you, Grayson, for clearing it up. I'm okay with this.
Thanks. Let's see, Angus?
Thank you. Just because of the screening of the hornbeam on wires and the elevation that happens between the south side of this and Westchester, I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thanks. I agree with Angus and Ray on the other comments that were made in support. And I'd look for a motion to approve.
I can make a motion because I just wanted to add some additional grasses just to soften it up because it's pretty formal. So I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with additional grasses or grass in
I
general.
actually have plans to do steppables between each step.
Yeah,
So
okay, so I was thinking you
I just didn't want to
probably
put all the
did.
busyness in there and wanted to show the stepping stones.
Well, thank you, yeah, that'll soften things up too. So that's my
given that,
motion.
Can we, because grass is like something we don't typically like have oversight of, can we take Grayson at his word, he's infilling with grass? And cover
Yes,
that?
I trust this young
Happy to give
man.
you a tour in the
I
summer.
trust this young man too. Okay, so Abby's motion is to approve as submitted. Side note, do the infill grass, and all in favor, Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Now we're on to 21 Pleasant, main house.
So I'm chairing this one remotely, I believe.
Thank you, and you have, I'll just say you have a all-star board of 3 people.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Tori.
That was Tori for the record, folks.
Yep, Victoria Ewing, and Attorney Glidden is also here representing the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Ready for me?
Yep.
Which one's up first, the main house or the hardscape? The main house, okay, great. So in essence, if we could stop right there, would be perfect. This is an as-built situation, as we all know, and these drawings represent exactly what is currently on site. We spoke on December 17th, I believe it was, regarding the 3 open HGC applications that are stuck in InterGov under the title of in review, I believe, as they weren't followed through with or processed once you guys had made your recommendations at the time of hearing them originally, if that's understandable. So we are looking for your feedback as to if this as-built situation satisfies the concerns that were brought up in those 3 various applications. The minutes are here. I'm happy to talk through that with you.
Okay, is that it, Tori?
I believe so.
Does Attorney Glidden have anything he wants to say? Or anyone else for that matter? I'm going to send it to Holly after this. Okay. All right, then we're gonna segue over to Holly then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a Foursquare from the 1920s. You all have opined on for quite a bit. For the record, there's 3 pending applications. One was the lift and replace foundation, which was actually approved through staff with the replication of the previous foundation of cinder blocks, no extension of the foundation wall under the deck, slab under the deck, and stick-built wall and vertical board slatting, the plant material to soften, and the violation fees which have been paid for. However, the submittal that we've recently had received, I didn't feel sufficient enough to address the conditions that the board had voted on to approve, so that's why it had not moved forward. Then you have the as-built foundation work, which was submitted a couple months later in 2023, and that was a motion to view and hold for revisions. So what's before you tonight for the House are those pretty much 2 applications submitted in as one. At the last meeting, maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought that there would be some sort of a viewing of the block to see what exactly was done. I know there's extensive photos in the application. I do think it's important to note, I wish I'd actually emailed this to you all, but looking at the photos are provided specifically on Candle House with the block, I think it would be more of concern, or I should say lack thereof, it's a poor foundation, and what's viewable from the public way, which is right there, versus what was there before any of the work that was done. So I'm not really sure at the end of the day what has changed from the submittal from last month to now. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything?
Just a little bit. I'm not really clear on what is different in what we're looking at today from what they had submitted as to be approved originally. The one area that seems to be a focal point at the moment is the foundation. And I heard Holly mention just now that it was staff recommended to be cinder block, which was original. And what we're looking at is a parged surface. So, I'm not sure if the board is going to suggest that they actually kind of restore the foundation to make it appear as a cinder block foundation, which is what was kind of recommended, I guess. If that's the case, then we would support that, but I'm not sure what else to add to the conversation. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mickey. If no one else wants to speak, I'd like to hear from Stephen and Abby.
Yeah, I'll go. I think we should open up the hardscape at the same time, because a lot of what the issue is relates to the tremendous change of grade along Candle. And to get a representation of it, you can look at, can we go to the images?
I think I have them in both applications, Steve.
Yeah, I want to see them on the screen.
Yeah, no, I was just saying.
I
Just
think
switch.
the fourth, 1, 2, 3, fourth image down.
The hardscape is tough, it doesn't stay.
We got to sign Tori up for Mark's class on file optimization.
What is he shaking there? Is that a tea bag?
Well, I don't know. I think we should probably not comment on what people at home are shaking.
You mean me, Abby?
Yeah, what's that little thing you're shaking around there?
Is the
It's a
cord
charger.
to my computer?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just steeped it in a cup of hot water, and I think it ruined.
Can we try a different way of doing this?
Yep, Mr. Chair, in the instance of time, want me to do it? Because I got it right up.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
Holly.
right. Hold on one second. I'm gonna stop you. But Ray wouldn't be able to see it,
I
so
think the old generator is powering that.
bear with me for a second, guys.
Is that the photo you wanted, Steve?
Yeah,
So the fourth one down.
Okay. Let me share it first so Ray can see it.
Thank you.
I think that's wires.
Oh, sorry, guys.
It's all right.
Share.
It's Tuesday. We have nothing but time.
No, yeah. All right. I looked at the wrong hardscape. Here we go. Thank you for that, by the way.
This is the prior.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's it.
That's not the one I was.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
That's the hardscape.
That's the hardscape. Do you
That's the
want the,
hardscape.
which one did you want on
The house application
Sure.
images.
They're here too, Holly. Just scroll down.
Oh, they're in this
Yeah,
application too?
I put them in both.
Oh, look at you. Good.
If you give me a page view, I can probably give you better. Okay, that's. Keep going. Zoom out by, quite a bit. So we can see the whole picture. I can
Let me move the people.
get rid of the people in a nice way. Take it down to like 12%, please. 13 is a good number, by the way.
It won't let me do it.
Minus, okay, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Okay, go to the right as much as you can. This screen stuff. So the grade used to be, the historical grade, first of all, there was nothing here on this side on Candle. So you could see the house, you could see the foundation with the faux cut brick block. And then the grade would pitch from the sidewalk all the way down to, on the house behind this, the grade is about 4 feet lower. So this side of the house has all been raised up contrary to the original approval, which specifically stated that this grade would remain. The original grade. So I just want to be clear on, Mickey had mentioned he wasn't certain about the foundation and so on and so forth, and it caused me to want to clarify the significance of the change here. So that's why I wanted to talk about the hardscape in addition to the foundation. I feel that I'm going to go from the easiest to the hardest. I feel that privet is not something that we would normally weigh in on unless it's being used to visually mitigate something. In this instance, it's being used to visually mitigate something that wasn't approved. And I think the issue there is that it's obstructing the historic view of the house from Candle Lane, rather. Number one. Number two, the fence was not approved. It's not a type 2, it doesn't have a cap. That needs to be addressed. Those I think are the easiest parts. The next part, yeah, that's the historic picture. Can we go down a little bit? So with this in mind, you can see the difference in what exists without an approval and what was existing, what was requested to remain. And there's a significant difference in the presentation. I am not suggesting that what exists is something that doesn't exist in other places on side streets or main streets. That's not the issue. The issue is how this has transpired. But I don't know that that's something that we're going to address here tonight, but it's something that, so long as I'm chair, we are going to address timely and reserving all rights for the town so this type of thing does not happen again. Because this, to my mind, is unacceptable to the highest order, despite the fact that it is the side yard. It's the principle of the matter. I think that with respect to the foundation, this privet should come down. We should be able to see it. It should be scored so that it does resemble what was there as a nod to the historic element. I think, can we go to the hardscape and show the brick patio or the brick driveway area? I'm just gonna hit them both at the same time if you're okay with that, Ray.
Totally, yep.
I think this is too expansive. I do recall that when the original house came in, a driveway was in the layout. The house was approved, the hardscaping was not. This may have been the driveway drawn in on the site plan, but it was not what was reviewed and approved for the landscaping. I think that this is, given the fact that the grade has been so drastically manipulated, I think that this is inappropriate. I think it needs to be softened some way. I don't know if it's using, I don't think it helps that this image is like, I feel like I'm in the front row at the movie theater. It's too much. But I think that this has to be toned down in terms of the brick presentation. I don't know if it's a border of different material like a granite with a divider, but something to my mind needs to happen. And I think this privet at the end of the driveway also needs to be lowered down. This side of the house has historically been exposed. It needs to be exposed. And I think that that will help to take a little bit of the salt out of the wound of the historic character and setting along this street. I don't think it's a cure, but it's a step in the right direction. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Stephen. Abby?
Yeah, I think for me, the important thing, well, the glaring thing to me is the driveway, the way it looks like it's been poured out into a square bricked area without regard to, well, obviously the topography, because that's been obliterated. I mean, you can see what the retaining wall on this far right, where the retaining wall has been poured in concrete. You can see what the difference would have been. I would, this is the most egregious thing to me. I think scoring the side of the basement would be nice to, because it was a cinder block foundation. But I think reducing this to one parking lot, one parking space would, especially as it goes right towards the foundation there, I think maybe that's where you would take back some of the brick and make it just a generous size, one space parking, put some more greenery so we can get back that feel it had before, try to get back a little bit of what it was. Right now, this is a very modern approach. It's just like, I want to have two cars right here. It doesn't have anything to do with its historic nature. So those are the important things for me, and thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Well, I think all the important things have been said. The photographs, this one versus the one that was taken before the work took place, I found to be very sobering in terms of, I remember I remember the foundation and I remember the scoring and all that, and that was a, you know, a contentious thing that we reviewed. And it is obviously not done, but I think three things sort of surface in this discussion, and I'm kind of wrapping the house and the landscape into one package. Having visibility of what would be a scored foundation to harken back to when it was done with block. The expanse of brick parking, you know, unmitigated, just this, you know, too close to the movie screen, as Stephen said it a moment ago. I think it needs to be reduced in size, bless you, whoever that was, reduced in size and or different materials introduced in such a way that we don't have just a huge expanse of brick. And the third thing is about vegetation, which I have to be careful, you know, going down this particular road. But we have this really great view of this house as you approach Pleasant Street that now we really don't have. And I'd like to see the vegetation, particularly that row of privet between the back porch and the parking area, be reduced in size. That would be height size. Those are my comments. Shall we hold this for some revisions?
Can I?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Respond.
one other comment.
Yes, Stephen first, and then I'll get back to you, Tori.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Troy. Can we go back to the image of the prior existing, please? You know, in looking at this, I think that the privet along the street on Candle should be removed. And I think it obscures the structure, it obscures the foundation, and, you know, a smattering of plants of what was there is appropriate. Frankly, I think it's a very light sentence. Like, I think it's like too light a sentence to be talking about these elements, but it's where we are. So I just wanted to clarify, as opposed to cutting the privet back, I think it should be removed. I think it obstructs, and then again, the fencing needs to be addressed to closely resemble type 2.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. Tori, if you can wrap it.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. I didn't speak to our plans for mitigation and satisfying your needs on the hardscape because we started with the main house. But I was planning to let you know that the type 2 picket fence is in the plan and is planned to be finished with a cap. And it's in the plan as being proposed. And the privet we were also planning to cut down. To the height of the fence is what Attorney Glidden and I had spoken to. I clearly understand your concerns with the driveway. Happy to bring that to the applicant and present something. Do you have anything more to add?
Okay.
And one more thing. The lattice that is as-built on the rear portion of the foundation, would that be a solution to continue the lattice rather than parging or scoring along the north and south part of the main?
I'm not going to speak for my other board members, but the answer to that is no. I mean, you like never see lattice covering up a foundation like that. And, you know, frankly, it was the block foundation that was discussed as being, you know, an element of this house that was built in 1930, I believe. So, you know, I'm not going to speak for everyone. I'm speaking for myself, but that's my vote on it.
You can certainly speak for me on that topic, Ray.
Okay. And scoring is not that difficult. It's done relatively frequently. Should we hold this for revisions, folks?
Yes.
Okay, that's your motion, Stephen?
Oh, wait, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Richard Glidden would like to speak.
I don't think so. I think he's.
I just want to say thank you. I will talk to our client and try and convince him.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify one thing, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
This is where we are this evening. Like, I may wake up with the prerogative that this needs to be massively modified at some point. Like, I'm just saying, like, this
All
is
right.
not something we anticipate is gonna be drawn out, and it shouldn't.
All right, well, but our motion will be a motion that carries for this evening, right, Stephen?
Correct. That
That
was
was,
a better way of saying it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay, and so, your motion was to hold for revisions?
Yes.
Okay,
Those revisions.
on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, everyone. There we
Thank
go.
you.
Ray,
Yes,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but so the hardscape we brought up for discussion in context of the main house, but that has a separate board. So can we pick
Oh.
that up?
yeah, thanks for reminding me of that.
Yeah, no, in the excitement of that one. So the board is myself, Ray, or I'm sorry, myself, Abby, Val, Connie, and Joe.
Oh,
And
let me be, so am I not on that one, Stephen?
correct.
Okay, all right. Then I'm going to toss the baton over to you.
So yeah, so you guys hang tight for a minute.
All right.
The board is myself, Abby, Val, Connie. Joe is down as an alternate because Diane was on this at one point.
Oh, Lord.
And what I'd like to do is say, pose to the members, and in no way to cut off conversation, you're free to talk if you'd like. But if you feel differently, then let's have discussion. By a show of hands, then the discussion that was just had. If you feel differently, we'll open this up. Then the result we just had. So that's Abby, Val, Connie, and Joe. Does any one of you want to open this up for additional discussion?
No, I agree with the discussion and followed it closely, so I'd be fine
Okay.
seeing the revisions that the applicant brings forth.
Okay.
So,
Connie, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to respect the process. Val?
Subdividing this property made the hugest change to it. So it's very hard to look at that former picture and tie it into this. Number one, not the grade change, but just the whole setting in general. And I had a question. It's been traditionally always natural to weather picket. Are we gonna leave it white, or are they gonna?
Do you think it's inappropriate that it be painted?
Well, it's different because it's between two natural to weather fences now, so it just stands out a lot. Just a question.
Well, what I'm looking from you is a declarative statement as to what you think is appropriate or not.
I think if we're trying to get it to feel like it was as the old house, I'd like to see it natural to weather.
Okay, fair enough. You're not in the hot seat. I'm just looking for clear direction. So the applicant has clear direction. I don't have a concern with that. I think it's appropriate personally. And just for clarity with the applicant, Abby, do you have any thoughts on that?
On the natural.
NTW,
On the far right,
on the picket fence?
on the picket fence, oh.
Yeah.
Well, it gets a cap, right? And what else?
Val's point was that it was historically natural to leather, or at least in the
Oh.
imagery we have.
Well, I think now it goes with the house.
Okay.
That's been modernized, and now I think it should be white with a cap.
Okay. Connie or Joe, thoughts?
my thoughts echo Abby's.
And Connie?
I'm okay with white. I was gonna make a comment though on the driveway, if they made it just one car and maybe cobble in the middle or something to that effect to break up all that brick, might be good.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate everybody's additional input. Tori's made notes, and we'll get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, carries. Okay. Good night.
Okay.
Well, they didn't have to. They had a garage. Abby's out at 7.
Money's, it's actually separate.
Well, you've stuck around. Nice job. Those poor dogs at home though, Abby.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Gonna
gonna
be-
be your grandmother tomorrow,
Oh my goodness.
tomorrow morning at
Wow. Well, I hope your sofa's still there when you get home.
Seriously? You just throw that out casually
Yeah,
like that and then
just
leave?
daughter's having a baby. See you later. Oh, that's funny. Okay, we're on to 39 Cliff Road, new dwelling. Myself, Angus, not Abby, not Carrie, Joe Paul, and Connie Patton.
Is that, sorry, a 3-member board?
4-member.
Four?
Me, Angus, Joe, and Connie.
Okay.
If you wanted to hold, we could, Abby would be back at the next meeting. It's up to you.
And that'd be about 2 weeks out, Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, last minute strategize.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Take, 5 or 6 seconds. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. I don't know, we need all of that. But.
I mean, Abby can still mull it in.
Yeah, well, she can, do they? Will you-
Yeah, she will. I mean, she can
They've
miss one
requested-
meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would just request through Holly to,
So we could be heard tonight and then have her mulling in. for
yeah, if need be.
Unless you just approve it, but,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, then maybe we'll, let's make use of the evening and.
Okay.
And then we'll take that path. Thank you.
Fair enough. Okay, when you're ready.
Yeah, so I think the elevation with the most concern, if you will, was the front elevation, which is, and actually, before I even get into that, I just wanted to show C1.3, which is all the different images. So it's just really context of the neighborhood. There was some concern about, sort of fitting into the neighborhood, and so we're just kind of trying to show that there really isn't a set context. There isn't any one particular design that predominates in the neighborhood. There's some half house, there's some colonial, there's some Victorian, there's some Greek revival. So, really it's kind of a mishmash of designs. The next page, C1.4. So that's current day pictures in terms of visibility from the street. You can see that, even with no leaves on the trees, there's limited visibility of the front elevation. Not limited, but it's set back from the road, it's elevated from the road. The next sheet you can see is the same exact photos in terms of location, just during the summer. So you can see that there is actually limited visibility during the summer. If I could have you go back, Fiona, to C1.2. These are the site sections that were requested. The top one is the existing condition, and the bottom one is the proposed condition with the existing house profile dotted in green. So you can see that, we're certainly not a more massive house than is there now. We're actually frankly lower in height. And then, as I started to say, the front elevation seemed to be the area of most concern, if you will. So if I could have you go to the last page, Fiona, A2.3. So,
Maybe zoom
Yeah,
out
if you
here
can
so we can
zoom
see
out.
both
Yeah.
elevations.
so this is basically a side-by-side of the existing elevation with a picture of the existing on the left, and then our proposed elevation at the bottom, again with the green dotted outline of what exists today. And then I can also go over the revisions that we made. So there was some concern about the seemingly tall nature of the first floor. So we incorporated a continuous sill around the front, or around the whole building actually. But it lines up on the front with the sill of the windows. And so that sort of grounds the building. The previous design, which we showed before, we were sort of eliminating this landscape element that you can see in the photo. There's a landscape wall there. We were eliminating that before. So we're gonna bring that back so that the relation to grade is the same in the existing and proposed condition.
Yeah, first floor elevation of the proposed matches the existing. And the landscape element, the plinth out front, will remain. There's no change to that. I think it graphically was omitted in the early proposals. It made the house appear taller than it really would be. This is really no different. And as the out profile illustrates here, the ridge line is actually lower than that existing structure.
Yeah.
And then just one more quick thing, that there was some sort of chaotic fenestration in opinion of some people, and so we sort of balanced that out with the windows on the first floor and added yeah. If we could go to A 2.1, Fiona, please. Yeah, it's up there. So that shows the clouded version of what was there previously on the left, and then what we're proposing now on the right. So the green clouds are the new revisions.
To try to add some additional shingle style elements, the skirt was emphasized a bit more, where it's more subtle in the previous application. The sill trim line, as Doug just noted. Also, we reduced the fenestration on the front and the right-hand side mass, balancing out and more symmetrical to the gable above it. That gable then comes forward, so there is a bit more asymmetry in the second floor massing. As well as some fenestration reductions on the side elevation as well. Introduction of the shingled arches to just try and give it a little bit more character, and a shingled post on the far right-hand corner versus a painted post as previously. And some side light changes, which are minor detail, but were suggested.
Okay. Anything else, guys? Any questions for the dynamic duo? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is replacing the building that was, I guess, redone in the 90s, but had portions of from the 1880s that has been removed or I think demolished. Appreciate the streetscape drawing and the context photos. That's actually been really helpful. And the flare and providing more of the shingle style elements. I think that's successful. And it harkens back to what was there with the sea cliff in. I do think it still lacks additive massing, which is an element within building with Nantucket in mind, but I think this has addressed some concerns, especially from the abutters, and the revised plans do show that it's in the same plane of the neighbors, and height is not contrary to what's in the neighborhood. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything different?
A little bit. So they talked about the neighborhood context, and I would agree that there isn't any sort of uniform style throughout the neighborhood, but I'm not seeing any shingle style buildings anywhere along Cliff Road or in that area. So, granted the Sea Cliff Inn was there, but the proposed massing, I would say, does not really successfully relate to the character of the old Sea Cliff Inn. It has a more contemporary edge to it. So, question about the massing and general presentation. The shingled retaining wall, a shingled wall for the areaway in the front is pretty unusual. You don't see that right on the front of the house terribly often. I think it'll be more evident in 3 dimensions rather than this 2D drawing. The shed dormers are a little awkward. One of them is particularly large, and the other has some, the fenestration is a little unusual. I think that a 3D rendering would be helpful to see this with more clarity. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, again, myself, Angus, Joe, and Connie. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. I agree with what's been said, actually. I appreciate the context photos as well, and in that you don't really see anything that especially looks like this. One thing that got my attention was the glass top door with the side lights. And looking at the context photos, there's really maybe one other house that has that kind of thing. I think you benefit by having a door with small windows to either side to sort of break up that shingle area to the sides of the doors a little bit more. It seems like there's something missing there. And I'm looking at this with the context of looking for Cliff Road and it being a distance away. So this continuous sill is, as much as I think it's an interesting detail, there's like one other house that I know of on the island in Sconset that has this detail, but it's so unusual. Again, distance and context. But I appreciate the other changes that have been made to give it character and more balance. Thank you.
Thanks.
I love the seasonal photos, and the fact that they're all organized the same way. I think there's a lot of information in here, very succinctly presented, so it makes it easy to understand. The site sections are telling, and the profile of the previous house is informative. I mean, all, I think, supporting the appropriateness of this in terms of scale. With respect to I'm looking at the front elevation, which I guess is the southwest. If I recall this correctly, the existing structure that's there, which has that gambrel and then it has that salt box form. I think that salt box form existed on the side elevation too, and I thought that the massing of this, even though it's not additive technically, was inspired by those elements there. And I think it was much more contemporary when it was initially presented, but there have been an accumulation of more traditional details here that I think make this appropriate. It's definitely, I guess, unique, but there is a variation of examples. In fact, some of them are additive, some of them are just big boxes, and then there was the Sea Cliff Inn was in this location. So for me, there's enough supporting historical precedent for the roof forms, even with the building that was just removed there. So I think it's an appropriate scale, and I think it's an attractive building. And even if it was closer to the street, I'd say that. But I think given its layering relative to the road, I think it's going to read as much lower than the previous building, even though it's just, I don't know, 1.5 feet or 2 feet lower. I think it's going to read, I see more roof line in this proposed project. So I guess it's a long way of saying that I don't have any concerns with this as revised.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I have to mirror what Joe just said, and I really don't. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Thank you.
What are the colors, guys? That's another way of saying I think it's appropriate. I think it's appropriate. I understand the comments have been made, but I actually think this is a net improvement on this structure, on a structure in this location. And I mean that, like, not just like a little bit of an improvement. I mean, like a dramatic improvement. And I think some of the detailing may be not as commonplace in that area, but there's really nothing about the structure that exists other than it's kind of a homogeneous blend of stuff that you see on other houses. And I don't really think, that's not what I think of it's usually when I think of Cliff Road in that area. So this may have some kind of slightly unique attributes. They're not unique to Nantucket, and they're not, I don't think there's anything wrong with having in an area that has some very dramatically different styles of architecture to introduce something where this isn't, you're not proposing to take down a historic structure and put this in place. So that's a long way of saying, what are the colors? Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd motion to approve as revised, as long as Abby agrees. Just kidding.
And we're all here, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
And we are on to 2 Green Lane. And when we looked at that last time, I don't know why I had such a different perspective, but anyways. I think it's the presentation. Maybe, yeah. Because we had the prior, yeah. The sequence, the presentation. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Let's see, board is myself, Ray, Angus, Val. Abby is not here. Connie. And Joe, you're going to be on the next one. Hey, Ethan, good evening.
Good evening.
The floor is yours.
Okay, this is essentially fenestration changes to an existing sort of historic agricultural structure, and then the addition that was added in the early 2000s. This was held for review and revisions. I trust some members of the board went out to look at it. We've provided a little bit of context photos just to kind of reorient you and explain what the visibility is potentially from Green Lane here. And then the next photo is from Milk Street. Again, sort of far off, distant views, a lot of mature vegetation that's remaining, but certainly some aspects are visible. The subsequent changes were related to the amount of glazing, sort of the configuration of the buttons, and then some relatively simple things like swapping out the round window for a 4-lane. We did look at the Voorhees barn, which was a suggestion of one of the board members, which we thought was an interesting approach. Ultimately, the client felt that that was a little too contemporary. So you'll see, what we propose is fairly traditional. If you can scroll to the next page, please. Fiona, if you don't mind, just scrolling to the next page. So these are the changes. We've made the mutton configuration a little bit more traditional, where they're now 15 lights instead of trying to match the denser grid of the existing windows. We added swinging barn doors, which was a request of the board, to the cable mast that's newer in the rear. And then we reduced the amount of glazing that's proposed on the sort of historic agricultural building. Again, just to remind the board, we're working within the existing timber frame for all the proposed glazing, so we're not really proposing to modify any existing timbers. And then we also changed from a single sort of oversized sliding barn door to switch with I think that's the substantive changes from the last round.
Excellent. Thank you, Ethan. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is circa 1915, at least by the HGC survey, as part of the 9 Milk Street complex. I think it was an outbuilding associated that, which is a typical Nantucket from the 1740s. This structure was indicated on the 1887 Sanborn map. So of course, eventually when we get to surveying this area, this will be updated, but appreciate the information that's been provided on it. Given the age of the chimney, I believe it's okay that it, quote, takes a hike, end quote. A nod to John. Understanding that it had an addition in the 2000s and this was added on at a later date, it's not historic to the structure. Appreciate the no circle window being proposed, and that's nixed off the table. I do believe that a kick panel would be appropriate on the proposed French doors, understanding that it will be closed with the barn doors. But that is a consistent feature that you all do approve that contemporary element with the OHD. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
A little bit. The most visible section of this building, according to Ethan's pictures, it's going to be those upper windows, those sort of the ones above the French doors. They're a little unusual. You don't see that terribly often, if ever. It's a possible change to that might be to just do a simpler one light high transom running across the top of the French doors. Otherwise, the changes are good. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to begin? Ray?
I can start.
Please.
So, like the idea of the kick panels on the doors, and actually, I really like this project a lot. So the kick panels on the doors, and kind of a curiosity question, which will have an effect on the elevations. Ethan, you're showing the strap hinges both when the doors are open and when they're closed. I think that the reality of it is that you're not going to see any strap hinges when they're open, and you will see them when they're closed.
I believe you're correct. That's definitely a drawing error that I didn't think about till right now.
Double strap.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, so what's the color on that, Ethan? The color on the door, on the we'll call them the shutters.
So it's an existing sort of light green that exists on the other.
Kind of like the way you've rendered it here?
Correct, yeah.
All right, well, so I think that, like a regular window shutter, the hinges will be invisible except when they're closed, and then you're going to see them. So I think I'm fine with this with the kick panels. So thanks.
Thanks, Ray. Let's see, Val.
I agree with Ray.
Okay, Angus?
I had a question through the chair to the applicant. Are those transoms above the French doors, the two existing windows?
That's correct. The intent is to repurpose those existing windows.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn about whether it makes sense to have shutters for that, but as a whole ensemble, I guess it probably does. I do want to express my appreciation for making use of the existing frame openings. And the last thing is, I would be fine with this as is. We typically do the kick panels, but these are all reading as openings where there would otherwise be barn doors. And in that respect, I think the simpler, more streamlined, the better. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Connie?
I have no concerns. It's a sweet little building. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I agree with Angus. I think that the kick panels, yes, are typical, but the styles, the aesthetic, it clashes. And also, you're not going to see the kick panel from the street, so why not be more, go with the pureness of the concept of the openings, which the panels tend to interrupt that concept. So those are my thoughts.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Val has a motion to approve as submitted. And,
Fixing the strap. Well, no straps on the inside.
yeah. All in favor, say aye. Oh, wait, Val on your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks. 1 North Swift Rock. Ray was chairing this one.
That is possible.
Should we write it on there? You were on it.
I thought I had to sit off or something at one point.
Oh, you mean you're not even on it?
Like, I think, yeah, you are. I thought I was doing Exhibit A or something. You picked up chair on this.
Okay. Well, I'm fine chairing it if
If only for consistency.
yeah. Is everybody good with that?
No objections?
Okay, so now, let's see, I'm guessing that Matthew is in the room, right?
Correct.
I am.
Okay, hi, Matt.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
So Abby has left the room, you're aware of that.
Yes.
All right, so if Stephen's not on this and I'm sharing, you're gonna have Angus, you're going to have Connie.
Point of
and
order,
you're
Ray,
gonna have
or point of
Joe.
information?
Sorry, was someone saying something?
Yeah, just a point of information. I'm actually on it, but you're chairing it.
Okay, fine, so
I was
then
doing it in Exhibit
we have a
A.
5-person board then.
Yes, that's why I made the point.
Okay, very good. So Matthew, your board is myself as chair, Angus, Stephen, Connie, and Joe. Okay? Let's move forward then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this application once before. It's a guest house. It's indicated on the site plan that's before you. This structure is literally located as far from the road as absolutely possible. Some of the comments we received at the previous iteration were to drop the height. And the board also wanted to see some of the existing architecture that's on the site. So the screen that you're looking at right now, upper left, is the existing dwelling that we've modified. The lower left is the approved garage. The lower right is a studio that was the existing garage that was converted and approved to be a studio. And then on the upper right-hand corner is the proposed guest house. And so you'll see that there's a consistency with the roof pitches, window style, exterior trim details, and obviously color. There's a couple of perspectives here that were provided for your review, but so the dramatic changes that the board had requested were to drop the height. And so we dropped the height 1'11", so just shy of 2 feet, and made some, reduced the depth of the deck, which actually faces, is a distant water view, but it's a really beautiful view. I think that's a majority of the changes, Mr. Chair. So with that, look forward to comments from the board.
Okay, very good. Is there anyone either in the room or on Zoom that wants to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, Lisa has her hand raised.
Did you say Lisa?
Lisa Berger.
Oh, okay. Lisa, hi there.
Hi there. I'm at 27 Eel Point Road, and I wanted to share my opinion again. As you know, your role, as I see it, is to preserve the historic nature of the streets and neighborhoods in Nantucket. On North Swift Rock Road, there are no properties that have the number of buildings or ground cover percentage proposed by One North Swift Rock Road. While I appreciate that Matt has lowered the height of the pool guest house in the proposal before you, I am very concerned about the overall scope of the compound. If all of the buildings which have been presented to the HDC to date were built, there would be 6 buildings, 5 of which have already been approved. The existing dwelling, the new garage, new dwelling, studio, pavilion, and pool house. Now, the pavilion's not on this plan, but it's still been an approved building. If you total those up, it's 5,278 square feet, an overage of 711 square feet ground coverage allowed. Now, Matt, he didn't go over it tonight, but he presented in what he submitted, phase 1 and phase 2. In phase 1, there were 4 buildings, one which is the art studio. It did not have the new dwelling. And then in phase 2, it had been eliminated, the art studio. And I guess my question is it being replaced and the art studio is going to go away? I don't know why you'd move it and then get rid of it, because you're quite frankly destroying some precious vegetation in that area. There just seems to be a lot of moving parts. And I guess I asked the HDC board to consider to either wait to approve this until you know exactly, have a clear understanding of which buildings are going to be built and why and where and when. And if you decide to approve it tonight, I would ask that you approve it with the conditions that the existing new dwelling approval must be downsized to bring the ground cover under the allowable percentage, that the art studio must be moved prior to the new dwelling, and that the pavilion that was approved will not be built, so that there is some accountability going forward once these have been approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm just going to very, very briefly, without belaboring this, hopefully, just say that this board is not in control of ground coverage. If Matthew submits this stuff to the building department and a surveyor is certified that he is within his allowable ground coverage, that's the way it is. Our board does not regulate the ground coverage, nor does it regulate the number of buildings. What we try and do is create scale and proportion such as the site requires. So with that, I'm going to now put it over to the board. Again, with the addition with me chairing Angus, Stephen, Connie, Joe, Paul. Who would like to begin?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
I just want to tail end on your comment for Lisa's understanding and hopefully some comfort. The building permit review process includes a zoning compliance review component at the initial stage. And when a structure is turned in on a lot, there is a review of the ground coverage overall. And at the tail end, there is a certified surveyor's as-built plan of the site, and as-built because it shows what's been constructed. And that also addresses ground coverage. So if there's ever a situation where a structure is going to take a lot out of conformance, it's caught prior to the application being issued. And if it happens during construction, it's caught by the surveyor and picked up at the final review before a certificate of occupancy is issued. So I just wanted to let you be aware of that. Matt, I appreciate on the architecture and architectural elements, I appreciate, the relatively significant change in height and the fenestration as was requested with respect to the heights. I think that those changes make this much more acceptable and because it's more appropriate. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Who would like to go next?
This is Joe.
Joe.
If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind going next because
Go ahead.
when I read the letter that came in today, one thing occurred to me that I think is probably confusing to just about everybody. If somebody comes in and gets an HDC approval on a house on a lot, and that approval is good for a couple years, yeah, I was trying to.
5.
Yes, yeah, 3 years.
With the permit extension.
Somebody could come in 6 months later and get another approval for a house on that lot, and then 6 months later, another house. All 3 of those houses are approved concurrently. And now if there's the owner can choose to implement any one of those, but one doesn't undo the other, and it doesn't give them the right to build all 3. So I think that given the phasing of the project, my guess is that the cumulative ground cover, Matt's been watching closely, and that, as everybody described, it'll end up being in compliance. But the projects that you've reviewed are probably, I guess, fall into the scenario that I just described.
Okay.
And Matt's nodding. So anyway, with all that said, I think that the scale of this is appropriate, and the details are appropriate relative to the other things that have been approved. So I have no concerns.
Okay. Joe, thank you very much. We have Angus and Connie.
I could go, or,
All right, Connie.
I was going to say, I appreciate the changes, Matt, and I have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Angus?
Thank you. I appreciate the drop in height. To Lisa's concern about the overall site and impact, how this reads from Mill Point Road, as you look at the structures, all sort of in a line, I think that it would, I think we as a commission reviewing this would benefit from an in-game picture of how the applicant sees these structures being on the lot to really give an idea of whether you're going to see the garage look like it's just, an addition off the art studio, off the future dwelling, off the pool structure that ends up having an L of the existing dwelling. So it's just, I think it would be helpful to see what the end game proposal is here. As far as this single structure, I appreciate the changes that have been made. The only thing is I would probably bring the dormer roofs off the ridge a little bit. It looks like they aren't quite touching the ridge, but I'd rather see them come down a foot or so. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. I do think that Joe's comment about, 4 different architects over the course of, say, 2 years, applying for 4 different buildings, et cetera, is, an interesting. Well, I think anyone in the design community on Nantucket has probably experienced that very thing. So even though I think it would be great in terms of transparency to have the whole package all tied up in a tidy bow, the fact that it isn't, I don't think can impede us from, approving a building like this that I find to be completely appropriate. So I'm looking for a motion of some kind, folks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Stephen.
Matt, I don't see an application in here, and the reason I mention that is as stewards, we're sticklers on grade. And I usually look there to see if there's a change in grade proposed. And because I don't see that, and I don't see a topo that indicates like a previous and a proposed, I want to get some clarification on grade.
Okay, Matthew, can you address that?
Sure. It's actually a pretty flat site. You did approve a landscape plan recently from, you do have it.
I got the hard copy. It's not in the digital. It's 6 inches plus or minus. I don't have a concern.
Okay. We have a motion?
I think I would make a motion if you change the dormers to a 4-pitch to match the porch roof, then it would bring them off the ridge to address Angus's concern. And there's a 4-pitch that exists on the design already.
Okay.
For you, Mr. Chair, we're happy to do that.
Sounds good. All right, so that's going to be an Exhibit A, a very simple Exhibit A. Joseph?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay,
sketching
folks.
it now.
So Joe has made a motion to approve this, reducing the pitch of the dormer to a 4 12, such as to get the top of the dormer further down off of the ridge. I will do voice vote on this because of myself. Angus?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay.
Okay. Sana, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
14 Ellens Way, garage. Your board is myself, Ray Vale, Angus, and no others.
Yep.
What more do you need?
What more do I need?
What more do you need? You got the 4 of us.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
good.
we're covered.
I'm good.
When you're ready.
Okay, so this is just a garage on Ellen's Way that you've seen once before recently. The concern, I guess it was almost on consent, but the concern was that the building was a little too narrow, so it looked a little too skinny. We've addressed that by adding 48 square feet of ground cover and kind of squaring off the building instead of the T shape that it was. And so now the structure is just better proportioned. I'm sorry, I don't see that. That's not, that's the old submission.
Yes, that looks familiar.
Yeah, that was the last submission.
Is it possible for you all to dig around in the, We don't have it on the,
Just further down?
I don't,
No, this is totally the last submission. That's why I was confused. I'm like, nothing's changed.
I can bring this around.
I'm not sitting on it.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh, I get you, okay. This middle one, right?
This,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So
it's
basically just.
standard
what was
gable
submitted
dormer.
last.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay, so that's what's the.
Ray, we're basically seeing a gable dormer with, or a gable structure with 2 dormers.
Wider.
Wider and,
Here, I'll take a picture.
I had one issue, and that was the width versus the height. That was it.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone have a concern subject to having the image that was shown turned in, or it has been turned
Yeah,
in?
they found it over, or at least
You got it?
the hard copy of it.
Or not that digital? Okay, so we have drawings in file that were submitted, and Ray, if you're not comfortable voting on this, I understand that, and.
I just texted him the drawing.
Okay, perfect. Let us know when you get it, Ray.
I got it. Hold on. I'm good. Yep.
Okay. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On Angus's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Ray,
I
and I'm an aye. Thank you to the Pony Express, Val. That carries unanimously, and now we're moving on to 2, 4, and 6 honeysuckle.
Finally.
Holly, did you bring Dinah over?
Dinah in the morning. I don't know, that song popped into my head.
I'm not on any of those.
That's an old song.
Donna, if you can hit accept.
All right, let's, I know it's getting late, guys, but let's,
It's pretty simple. I got a cheat sheet.
Okay, can you hear me?
hi Dinah, we can hear you. You ready?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you very much.
Okay, who's gonna lead this?
I am. I've got the list.
Okay, so Linda's got the list, whatever that means. Why don't you go ahead and kindly direct staff to the
Okay,
site
this
plan?
is all pretty much integrated. 2, 4, and 6 honeysuckle, if you remember, was, we were down to how to screen the pools. Overall site plan, we reviewed the tape from December 3rd, 2024. Hate reliving these meetings. We have addressed the HCC comments regarding the landscape screening buffer for 2, 4, and 6 honeysuckle, which include the following. If you have the plan up there above you on the screen. Note the plantings are drawn approximately to scale at the time of planting diameter, so we're not putting tiny little scrubs in there. We're going to put full-fledged plants in there. Screening concerns in the area beyond the rear yard property lines of 2, 4, and 6, a corner of Ironwood and Old South Road in particular. We have designed a natural planted area in that open space to include indigenous plantings and others per the HDC comments. So there'll be cedars and all kinds of stuff in there, while maintaining a line of sight at the corner for the intersection, which were required by the planning board. The plant material and density include the following: already planted, as you saw, and more have since the last meeting. 2 staggered rows of Leland cypress inside the property line for 2 and 4 honeysuckle, and 2 staggered rows of Leland cypress both inside and outside the rear property lines for 6 honeysuckle. HCC commented on to screen these plantings. The new plantings include evergreen screening partition of 13 eastern red cedar, 6 pitch pine, 56 inkberry, which is indigenous, which extend from the lower east corner of the Old South Road, right side of drawing, around an open space as land area permits along Ironwood. Also, 12 scrub oaks, 35 arrowwood viburnum, and 2 red maple, 12 honey locust, 96 Leyland cypress are already planted per the plan. At 6 honeysuckle, the internal plant buffer includes the following: pitch pines, red cedar, and inkberry as possible around the existing infiltration system and pool, which is required to be accessible.
Note, lawn only is permitted over the infiltration system marked as X on 6 Honeysuckle Lot. I don't know which one you have up there. And note, the pool has been reduced in size and shifted to the west. 6 was the one that was more complicated for you guys. But it's 4 honeysuckle internal plant buffer. You asked us to do it around the pool with inkberry, and the same thing with 2 honeysuckle, because you wanted the plantings closer to the pool. I couldn't get another plant in here if I tried, but if you want to go to, do you want to go to 6 or start with 2 up there on the map?
I think we should start with the overall, just scroll up one page, please. This is 2 honeysuckle.
Plan.
Okay, so the buffer to screen the lelands, which are used for screening as well, include all of the pines, the evergreens, a couple of deciduous planted in there just to have some, breaking up the cylinder of evergreens. And let's see what else. I think the screening is heavier towards 6 honeysuckle, and some of the board had asked for, members of the commission had asked for plantings closer to the pools, so we added some inkberry near the pools as well. And then near the bottom right-hand corner, we added some pitch pines to the 6 honeysuckle site, because that is the closest to Old South Road. So both sides of the Leland rows are there's extra vegetation added. And that's pretty much what the comments were. And we tried to have a nice variety of different types of trees so that it didn't look like a manicured landscape system out front, that the natural essence would be better served, I guess, with the scrub oaks and some arrowwood, and I believe, let's see, inkberry, red maples, and honeysuckle, honey locust, I'm sorry, honey locust.
This also helps to screen us from the commercial, which is going across where the big dirt piles left.
Okay.
Screens us from that commercial area also.
Thank you, ladies. So I think the question is on the overall concept, which is more naturalized type plants, plant in a somewhat naturalized way along the buffer. That's the concept. Does anyone have any questions on that before we take these up? Okay. I think we can look at the main site plan and then do 2, 4, 6.
Okay, we have 2 open, so if you scroll down to the next page, you'll have 2 honeysuckle enlarged. This is on the corner of Beachgrass Road and Honeysuckle. After you enter, you turn left or right into Ironwood, then you make another right-hand turn down Beachgrass, and the site outside of our property line obviously narrows, and we've added inkberry, honey locust, Leland's cypress have been there, and the cedar board fence is going to be maintained on the inboard side of the Leland cypress with some inkberry by the pool. We really didn't have any comments on this one, except for the outer perimeter landscaping.
Okay, thanks. Dinah, concerns anyone?
No.
Okay. My only concern, Dinah, is your elevations are too light line, they're too big, and they got a black box around them. But other than that, I have no concerns. Ray?
Oh, he's gone.
I don't see him up there anymore.
He's gone. Angus? Connie?
This is just on 2?
2.
No concerns.
Connie?
No concerns.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
So is Joe now sitting as the alternate?
Joe is, and Joe, did you vote on that? Were you and I?
I did not vote on it. I don't think I'm listed as an alternate, am I?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
He doesn't need to vote.
Okay, Joe will be on the next one, and we will go to the next one.
Which is the one in the middle of the 3.
Oh, I guess.
Closest from, that's the farthest from any of the other roads.
Okay, I think we got the program. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
No.
Does anyone have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
And can I get a vote with some emotion?
Yeah.
No, it's too late in the day.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. On to number 6.
And number 6 is the one that's sort of underneath the housing authority. It's down about 8 feet below the housing authority, and they have a wall there.
Okay.
Or housing Nantucket.
Same board, and any concerns?
I just have one comment. and,
Angus?
Just as we were concerned about the Leland cypress not having, creating this wall, I appreciate the variety of plantings and the staggering in sort of a naturalized way. But in of itself, this whole grouping feels a little bit more like a wall, and I feel like this is where it matters the most at the corner of Old South Road. My suggestion would be to add either a couple of red maples or honey locusts to either side of that light at the corner, so that it's set back or set off from the wall of all the other growth, to sort of give a transition of no growth to some growth to heavy growth, and to sort of continue on the naturalized theme.
That's fine, but we're not really at the corner of those roads, but that's fine.
Hold on. Angus, can you just clarify again specifically where to plant those?
You want to put that one up,
Pull
Holly?
up the,
You got your little handy laser?
Yeah.
She's putting it up.
Hold on, everyone. It's just a little after 8. We don't get out of control until 8:30.
She's trying to put it up there.
yes,
Lightning
there.
Holly. A little smaller. I think we want to see this outer band.
And remember, we have the resource area over there too.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a
Here and
clarification.
here.
Oh, okay. By the existing light pole on the corner of Old South Road, I think you want it to be flanked with a red maple and honey locust separated from the density of the rest of the planting.
Right, one there and one there.
Yeah, and I would just, if I may add to that, I think you just stick with one plant material and go with the honey locust, as opposed to mixing them up in that location. It's gonna be, you got 3 elements there, and none of them are the same if you include the street light. So if they're honey locusts, it's more of a rural plant. You good with that?
That would be my motion, if
Okay.
we're entertaining motions.
Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Exhibit A.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Aye.
Thank you. You got
Val
it?
is opposed vehemently.
This, of all of them, because this one I think you can see, it says down low.
Yeah, that cypress is gonna take over the world out there. It's gonna be horrible.
The Leland cypress.
That's what they're gonna call us, Cypress Island.
Joe.
I hope we get more fire trucks. 75 Pocomo. Holly, do we have anyone in the queue?
Do we have anyone in the queue?
Yeah.
We have 7 people.
Applicants?
Luke, Carrie, we have, both people from Island Home,
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Paul Dreyer, Rob Benchley, and then Lindsay.
Okay, so we'll finish at 8:30. Promptly.
End in 15 minutes.
We're done in 13 minutes and 12 seconds, 11, 10.
9.
Matt?
Oh, man.
It won't let me join for some reason.
So much for inclusiveness, huh?
I know.
All right, you should be able to, Matt. Oh. You're not even in the Zoom anymore.
I don't think we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, I think it's.
We got 15 minutes.
Some glitch. I mean, I'm happy to kind of talk. Well, you can't even show it to the.
Here, I can share it. I got it. Where you go?
I'm just rolling with it.
I'm hardwired in here.
If you'd like, I could introduce the project or.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
That's an important matter for you to be aware of, Kathy. That unit needs to get hardwired. Yeah. Because then we have this lightning fast response time like Holly does, because she's hardwired.
Well,
Okay, Holly, Matt,
Okay.
let's see it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this house was submitted probably 3-4 months ago, and it was approved on consent. It's 75 Pocomo Road. It's the main dwelling. Just for site context, you can kind of see where it sits on the property. This property actually is the exact inverse of 77 Pocomo Road. So on the left side of this sight line, there's an easement, or it's actually a property line, it's narrow. And basically, it's held in common ownership, but it is an independent lot, and it's intended to be built out as such. So this structure was previously approved. After the approval, it was actually put on consent, which was great. Thank you, by the way, for your consent agenda. It's made a huge impact. And so if we scroll down, we're just proposing to make some revisions to it. So for comparative elevation, you'll see on the right is the previous approval. On the left is the proposed. You may want to zoom in. The shadow lines are a little bit deceiving there, but basically it was just mostly program changes on the interior that required some exterior changes. Again, this thing is set back hundreds of feet from the road. The property actually slopes down towards the water, so the elevation change from Pocomo Road to this site is somewhere in the range of 6 to 7 feet. So try to keep it fairly simple. The intention with this structure is that the exterior trim details, both in terms of window style, rake, fascia posts, everything is intended to emulate 77 Pocomo. So that's where the architectural language stems from. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the brevity. It's going to be Angus, Val. Ray's not with us, right? Nope. Angus, Val. Oh, it'll be all of us who are sitting here. Joe, Connie, and myself. Who would like to begin? Any concerns?
I'm happy to
Angus.
start. So this doesn't seem that different from the previous approval. It does appear that that dormer was a bit smaller to the right in the south elevation, what faces down the driveway.
That's correct.
And so I would want to see that return to the previously approved scale. And the gable in the porch, this is such a horizontal area. I appreciate the reasoning for sort of a note of, okay, the front door's here, but I'd rather see that just be a continuous eave line of the porch. That's all, thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Joe?
Yeah, I could support what Angus just said, and I'm wondering relative to the dormer, if even just the eave or the plate height came down a little bit, and it might just be the proportions of the windows to the surface area there. It just feels like a lot of shingle, but it's far back from the street. I don't think you're going to see it that much.
Can I get a clarification on that? Matt, what's the distance to the street approximately?
It's in the 100, at least, I'd say at least between 175 and 200 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, is it on this?
It says 217.
217, 216. Okay, thank you.
I think I'm fine with it as is, but I do think that the porch roof, that pediment thing, that could come off and I wouldn't be upset.
Val?
Yeah, it's a
I
little,
agree with what's been said. Those were just the only two things that really, especially the dormer.
Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing else to add.
Okay, yeah, I mean, given, I think, one, this is approvable as it is. I think we could get it to the 95% perfect with those changes, but I think at 216 feet from the road, with a somewhat curved driveway, that you're never going to see this.
I think you will.
And these aren't like objectionable type things, for me personally. What would we like to do?
Make a motion to approve taking off the front little gable in the porch and downsizing the dormer slightly.
I could do it.
Wait a minute, can I
An
get
exhibit
clarification? Can I get clarification on that? The front little dormer?
The front
pent
big
roof.
dormer.
It's too close to the same size.
No, that's not the dormer, this dormer on the right, right there.
You would, through you, Mr. Chair.
That's my motion.
You would want us to drop the plate when you talk about the dormer, right?
Bill?
You talking about the width as well? Or,
At the very least, the height.
That's what I understood, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna exhibit A it?
Angus is.
Okay. And, let's be clear again, what is the exhibit A gonna contain?
Remove the steep pitched proboscis on the front and downsize the dormer in height slightly.
Okay. On Val's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Any opposed? I'm opposed on principle.
Okay.
of course, because
Thank you very much.
No, because you can't see
They wanna
it.
make, this thing go away.
Okay, 12 Pond View Drive Pool Hardscape. I think, Linda, hold on a second. Is Lindsay here? Okay, so we're gonna take a look at minutes for approval. July 12th, 16th, and October 1st. Is there a motion?
I didn't read any of them, so I can't make a motion.
Did anyone review the minutes?
I did, and
I
I
did.
would make a motion to approve.
Okay, so it'll be all of us. Val, you can abstain, and all in favor say aye.
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 Any abstentions? Me and Val.
And then what about this meeting? I just realized we have another meeting this week.
Okay, well, hold on a second. We want to do, you guys please review your minutes for October 8th and 15th. We have a special meeting on Thursday at 3 at 2 Fairgrounds Road in the conference room to review town meeting article, 2025 annual town meeting articles of interest to the HTC, have a little conversation about those. And that's that meeting. And then our regular meeting is January 21st.
Oh, and with that said, I will not be here next week on Tuesday. I'm going to my uncle's funeral.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He was 94.
Oh,
That's a good
it's a
run.
good long run.
But you know, you never see your relatives for those things, and I feel it's important that they're all around that age.
And that's a public service announcement. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, want to stick around?